I'd like to call to order the meeting of the King George County School Board. Echo, sorry. If we're going to begin with an invocation led by Pastor Davis from Tabernacle Baptist Church. It's on.
Thanks. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to lead in prayer. I want to be the first to welcome Terry to our school board, King George School Board, and thank you for taking that spot. We need good folk, and we thank you. We've added you to our church prayer list, by the way, because you're going to need it. But thank you. And let's look to the Lord. Our Heavenly Father, we are certainly thankful for the privilege to bow our hearts and heads in prayer. And Lord, you remind us when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. And Lord, but when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. So we bow in thanksgiving that we live in a nation where we can have an election tomorrow, where folks can go out and vote. And we just thank you for the opportunity to pray tonight. We're having a prayer meeting. The church is special for this election. And so, Lord, we'd ask in Jesus' name tonight as we pray for our school board members. We thank you for David Bush, and we thank you, Heavenly Father, for Ed Frank at large, and for Colleen Davis and Kathy Hoover. And then, Lord, our newest member, Barry Cleveland. Lord, we praise God for these that, Lord, have given us their time. And, Lord, what a place to be in, Lord, to be able to, many, if they don't make decisions that please everybody, there'll be folks that will come out against them. So, Lord, we just ask you that you give them the strength, the understanding, the knowledge, Lord, wisdom that they need to be able to make the right decision for King George County Public Schools. We thank you for Dr. Boyd, our superintendent. We ask you, Lord, to give blessing, lead, and guide, and direct his life. And Lord, the teachers in our county who would desire our prayers, we pray for them. The students who go to our schools that would desire our prayers, we lift them up before you also. And Lord, is it easy for some to be critical and find fault? We just pray, Heavenly Father, that you would work at those areas. May, Lord, this this session tonight be one of a blessing and benefit to our school, to our children. And Lord, we thank you for the awards going to be given tonight and all that's going to take place. And Father, we ask you in Jesus' name one more time to bless, work, have your will. And Lord, do what only you can do. Speak to our hearts. And we'll thank you in Jesus' wonderful, wonderful name. Amen. Amen. And I have a prayer meeting tonight, so good night. I'm out of here.
Thank you, Pastor Davis. All right, now, if you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, it will be led by the Student Council Association of King George Elementary School, and remain standing for a moment of silence. Flag is over here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, wait, don't leave yet. Let's hear a little bit about you guys.
The primary mission of the King George Elementary School Student Council is to provide students with leadership opportunities, expose them to the process, and instill ownership over their own community. We do this by assembling a council of fourth and fifth graders that are elected by their peers to serve as officers, as well as 2 homeroom delegates per fourth and fifth grade class. We run a donation drive each year as community outreach, and as part of our council objectives, we raise funds by providing opportunities for parents and students to purchase and send candygrams 3 times a year to people who are inside the building, whether students or staff. We also offer opportunities for community members and families to purchase school spiritware. The funds are used in a variety of ways to benefit all students at King George Elementary School, such as school beautification projects, book purchases for classrooms, and many new ideas that this year's council has brought to the floor. It's been very exciting this year. Thank you for having us this evening, and thank you for supporting King George Elementary School Student Council.
Any of the students want to say anything? You don't
Well,
have to.
Brent has been on the council for more than 1 year. What is your experience from that? Let me see. Come up here.
It's been fun, raising funds, and I really like the student council association. Some of my friends are in there. It's really cool to work with them. And I am the SCA president.
Very good. Anyone else? One of you guys want to add something to what he said?
Second? I like all the fundraisers and stuff we do because we not only raise money to help with school projects that are already cool, but we use that money for fun stuff like art around the school and murals and stuff, or buying new school supplies for the teachers.
Very good. Anybody else? You don't have to. I don't want to put pressure on you. School board members, you have a question for any of these young leaders? Okay, thank you very much. Let's give another hand.
Thank you.
All right. Now, before we have the recognition, I want to welcome our new school board member, Carrie Alexander. Thank you, and we're so glad that you're here this evening. I know it's your first meeting, and I know you've jumped through a lot of hurdles to be here, and we're very thankful that you are here. And I want to give you an opportunity to say a few words, and then if any other board members want to say anything. Cleveland. Oh, I'm sorry. I said Alexander. I meant Cleveland. Why did I say Alexander? I apologize. Thank you. I have my right-hand person over here, Carrie Cleveland. I'm sorry. I didn't get in until late last night in Dallas. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This is my first meeting. I'm really excited to be here. I just want to say thank you to all the community members that reached out to me. I really appreciate the trust and confidence that you have in me. I want to say thank you to my colleagues here on the board. They have been just great to work with over the last couple of weeks. Thank you to Chairman Bush and Dr. Boyd and the staff at the school board office. Just have made the onboarding process very easy and fast. I appreciate that, and I'm just really excited to be here and contribute to the great things for King George County Schools.
Thank you. Any of the school board members want to say anything? All right, well, again, welcome. Let's give her a hand. We're sure glad she's here. All right, we're going to have a recognition. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, recognition for the Purple Star.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, I am here tonight to share some information on King George County Schools' efforts to support uh, our military students and families. A little bit of background first. According to the VDOE website, which this was kind of new information for me, Virginia actually hosts the largest population of military connected students in the nation. And of course, being home to NSWC Naval Base at Dahlgren, we certainly understand how crucial it is to meet the unique needs of military students and families. In order to highlight Virginia's support of military students, the VDOE established the Purple Star designation program back in 2017, which allowed schools to apply for recognition of their military support programs. Although the application process is quite daunting, I will say, we have been committed to supporting our military families for decades, and we were very excited to showcase our programs. We began our applications initially in 2019. Unfortunately, VDOE had to pause the program during COVID, but last year we resumed our applications and submitted them in September. As part of the Purple Star application, each school had to designate a liaison at the school level to serve as the primary point of contact for our military families, as well as to lead the school's application process. I'm sorry, could you go to the next slide? Thank you. This slide just lists some of the components that were required in the application. They had to submit extensive narratives and evidence of our military support efforts, which include professional development on the unique needs of military students, specialized resources for military families, including a division-wide website with military resources, which is actually linked in your presentation, as well as implementing student-led peer transition programs that help foster belongingness for new students. And following submission of their applications, our schools underwent a very rigorous two-part review process at the state level by the Military Student Support Process Action Team, and then the Virginia Council on Interstate Compact on the Educational Opportunity for Military Children. So at this time, I am very honored to announce that all 5 King George County schools have been named as Virginia Distinguished Purple Star Schools by the Virginia Department of Education. In addition, King George County Schools as a whole is the 3rd division in Virginia to have all of their schools recognized as Purple Star Schools. In honor of this recognition, each school will receive an official recognition resolution and challenge coin from the Virginia Department of Education. And at this time, we would like to present each school with a certificate of recognition for display in their building. So I'm going to call up the school representatives that are here tonight to receive these awards. We're going to take a little picture up here in the front, and I think Ms. Higgins would like us to go to the hallway for a few more pictures. So from Potomac Elementary, Principal Melinda Brown and School Counselor Hannah Hanks. From King George Elementary School, Principal Ronald Monroe and Counselor Sarah Ritchie and Kiara Mason. At Fieldston Elementary School, Principal Sandy Eli and Counselor Dawn Hamilton was unable to be here with us tonight. King George Middle School, Principal Casey Nice and School Counselor Bart Nave. And from King George High School, Principal Mark Watson and Counselors Robin Mitchell and Ashley Price. Again, earning the Purple Star designation reflects our commitment to military-connected students and their families. And I want to thank our Purple Star liaisons, administrators, and staff for your dedication and hard work. Your efforts certainly enrich the educational experience of our military students and strengthen our community as a whole.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. That was a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Do we have any public comments? Okay, if you have not signed up for public comment, if you please see the clerk right now as I'm speaking. If you have signed up, I already have your name here. Public comment is a time for the community to present matters that they believe deserve the board's attention. Comments are one-way communication from the community member to the school board, and they are not a forum for dialogue or debate. School board applies the following procedures to all speakers and does not discriminate based on the identity of the speaker or the viewpoint of the speaker. Comments should be presented in a courteous, respectful, and appropriate manner. The public shall address the school board only on matters that are related to the services and policies of the school division. Speeches that cause disruption to the meeting, promote private business ventures, involve threats of any kind, involve intimidating language, relate to public office campaigns, or involve complaints identifying individual students or personal attacks of staff members are prohibited. Proper decorum and the provisions of this procedural directive are expected to be followed at all public meetings of the school board. The members of the audience shall conduct themselves in the same manner as outlined above for the individual speakers and shall not disrupt an open public meeting of the school board nor incite others to do so. At the discretion of the chair, any person violating the rules listed above may be asked to leave the board meetings. When recognized by the chair, speakers will be asked to identify themselves by name, state their relationship to the school division, such as staff member, student, parent, community member, etc. And also indicate, if you would, which magisterial district that you reside in. And commentary during public comment is limited to 3 minutes. And our first speaker is Rebecca. I'm not going to pronounce this. Kingman.
So I'm Rebecca Kingman. I'm in the James Madison district. Kathy Weaver. Hello. So I wanted to talk today about activity buses at the middle school. I would like to request these, and I know I've emailed Dr. Boyd and Dr. Nice and everybody. I spent the last few weeks trying to figure out solutions since there's no buses at the middle school and the students are not allowed to stay after school because there's no one to monitor them. There's over 1,000 students at the middle school, and it's the only middle school in the county. Almost 30% of the students are failing in math, English, science, and history on the SOLs. And these children could also be impacted by not having the after-school buses for tutoring. My son is impacted. He has a disability, and he's not able to participate in Camp Excel because my husband and I both work, and there's just no way we can come get him. I wouldn't be able to get here till 4:30. The students with disabilities in the middle school, only 37% met the SOL target for English, only 34% for math, and only 35% met the target for science. There's over 300 of our students at the middle school that are in poverty, and I'm assuming they have limited access to after-school transportation as well. I did email my board of supervisor representative and my school board representative, and I spoke to the principal at the middle school today. I also called and spoke to the director of the Parks and Rec department, just trying to think of out-of-the-box ideas on ways that we could get some kind of after-school, just monitoring for these children. There's Play It Smart at all of the elementary schools, but not at the middle school. Maybe we could find a way to bus the children from the middle school to the elementary schools. As a parent, I know I would pay for that. I'm assuming other parents are in the same situation. They would probably also pay for that. What else? So my son also wanted to participate in the basketball conditioning, but he wasn't able to do that because, again, there's no activity bus, there's no one to monitor them, and I can't come pick them up. So there's a lot of benefits to kids participating in sports. There's social development, there's personal interests, there's enhanced academic achievement, improved mental health, you develop school interests. All of these things are being missed at the middle school, which is a huge disservice to everyone that lives in this county because, again, it's the only middle school. I would just like to know what solutions the board is working on. I know that Dr. Boyd said that we don't have the money, so let's find the money. Let's think of out of the box ways to solve this because it's just not right. Everyone I talk to is just like, sorry, out of luck. And I mean, myself, I've come up with several solutions. So I just want to know, like, is it viable? Who would take charge? How would we get this enacted? Because it's something that's really missing out at our school. I think that was it. Yeah, that was everything I had to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, next on the agenda is superintendent's comment, and yeah, let's do that and then something else.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kingman. We appreciate you coming to speak tonight. Activity buses at the secondary level is something that we are certainly interested in. Everything that you mentioned in terms of the benefits, we certainly agree with. It's not necessarily a money issue. It's a bus driver issue. We need additional bus drivers. We are really exploring a number of different ways. This is my advertising pitch right now. We would certainly take anybody that's interested in driving a bus. So come our way. We've explored even some options as far as our teachers becoming bus drivers. And we've got some training scheduled for that so that they can acquire their commercial driver's license. This is an issue that's being experienced in many school divisions really across the country right now in terms of staff shortages. It's the need for bus drivers. We have enough buses. We certainly have had activity buses in the past and planned really innovative after-school programs. What it is really is the need for additional resources in terms of bus drivers. It's something that we'll continue to explore, and I certainly agree with you in terms of the need for it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. It says changes to the agenda, and I do have one. I want to explain it though. There's two very time-sensitive items that normally would be a longer discussion, possibly as part of the calendar discussion that's in the discussion areas. But because of the time sensitivity, both of these, I would like to recommend a change to the agenda if the rest of the board agrees. And the first item would be, there's been quite a concern about tomorrow, about making a change to have the teachers stay at home for the teacher workday rather than come to school for that workday because of the elections and the concerns about a lot of things going on tomorrow. So that's one area I'd like to discuss now. And then the second one is also time sensitive, and it has to do with Thanksgiving and also the possibility of having more time off than just the days that are currently on the calendar. Both of these issues, we would need to make a decision tonight and be able to get that word out if there's going to be a change. So school board, first of all, I need to know if you agree to those two things, because I'd like to only discuss those two things, and then we would go on with the rest of the agenda, which of course next would be the presentations. So first this, and then I'll ask if there's any other changes to the agenda. This does not have to be a vote, but an agreement. Do I have an agreement to those two changes? Let's start with Ms. Cleveland.
Yes.
Mr. Frank? Yes. All right, Ms. Davis, thank you. All right. So the first one then will be the discussion about tomorrow. And again, the reason for this is because if we're going to make a change, it's just, a matter of 12 hours from now. So I believe that the request that is going around is making a change for tomorrow. Instead of it being a teacher workday at school, they would do the workday at home. And before we have any discussion, did you want to add anything, Dr. Boyd, to any factual things about that?
No, nothing additional. I'm certainly available for any questions that you may have. Tomorrow is scheduled currently as a teacher workday, not an instructional day. I'm taking a look at our calculations as far as instructional hours and things of that nature, but tomorrow is
the teacher workday.
Simply a workday.
All right, so it's open for discussion. We may have a motion, we may not. School board, I don't want to put any pressure. Right now, it's just open for discussion. And I'll start with just a volunteer, whoever would like to make a comment about this. And if we can, let's have individual comments, and then we'll come back for a second one if we need to, and then a possibility for a motion or not. So who would like to make the first comment about that? Board member? Anyone?
Where has the concern arrived from?
I've received several emails. I don't know, and I think you were on a couple of them also. Oh, you haven't? Oh, well, then it may have just been me. I don't know. I've received several emails with concerns about tomorrow. They're a little concerned about, because of all the controversy that's going on, there's a slight bit of fear, I think, that I've received from a few teachers. I have some thoughts about that, but I was going to wait to hear from some of you. So I said I would bring it up because it was more than just one. It was actually several. So just a thought about whether we would allow that workday to be done from home or whether we would continue to require them to do the workday at school. Ms. Cleveland?
Karen, thank you. My initial reaction is that if an employee feels like their life is at risk and feels like they need to stay at home or work from home, I would be in favor of that. I don't think it's something that we should blanketly say everyone has the day at home.
Good point. Anyone else? All right, a little bit of, oh, go ahead, Mr. Frank.
I guess I've spent the last 6 elections, either in this building or the one over there, and they've all been contentious, and there was never any problem. So I don't see a real concern. If someone is concerned, then they always have the opportunity to take their off.
Maybe, Dr. Boyd, before I make my comment, maybe a little bit of factual information. This is reference to Ms. Cleveland's comment. If a teacher was really concerned for their personal safety, just kind of an individual concern, would they be able to take that day, or would it have to be a personal day? What would be the procedure for that?
That would be the will of the board. I mean, they could certainly, just like any other day, without any board action, take a day off. But if you're trying to, or attempting to provide additional consideration, then that would be something we would need to talk about.
Ms. Cleveland, when you were making that those comments, which I thought were very valuable, were you thinking that they would just take a personal day if they were that afraid? Is that was in your mind?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have an opinion very similar to Mr. Frank's. I've also, we're near the same age, been through a lot of elections, and there's always controversy. I mean, I can remember back, oh my goodness, I won't go through them all, but you know, always concerns about that day. You know, will there be rioting? Will other things take place? I don't know if tomorrow is going to be any different than any of those days, and I tend also to agree with Ms. Cleveland. If somebody is really concerned, then there'd be no problem getting permission for them to take a personal day. Is that correct, Dr. Boyd?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the reason for taking a personal day would be, so if board members, if you don't have any other comments about that, then we will move on.
I think it's not about taking personal day, it's about working home. I think a paid day at home.
But-
That's what community classes the question.
I know, but if they do a paid day at home, we'd have to approve that.
Yeah, but it's different from taking a day off because they're still working.
Right, they would have to choose to take the day off.
What they're asking is if they can work from home, not take a day off.
Which they can.
A
But it would
work
be
day at
personal
home,
day,
a
but
paid work day at home.
It
is
would
what I'm
be a
trying to say.
personal day, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but no, I mean, I think what they're asking is if they can get a paid day working from home, not a day off. Is that not right, Dr. Boyd? Wasn't that what was asked? Was if
No,
they could-
I think that's correct. I don't think that's the question. I think the question is whether or not the board wants to approve a work from home
Yeah.
day.
not a day off.
Well, if an employee, I think the conversation was in two different directions. If the employee doesn't feel safe at work tomorrow, their option would be to take a day off.
Not,
So we're
Would-
saying no to getting paid to work from home.
I believe
So their
that's
only option would be to take a day off or come to work.
correct. Is there any other discussion? Okay, then there's no motions needed for that. It's just that we're open to the opportunity if they wish to take a day off because they're different than they do. All right, let's move on to the Thanksgiving discussion. Dr. Boyd, would you just review right now what days they have off during Thanksgiving?
Yes, so right now, the calendar is, we're looking at the week of the 25th. Thanksgiving is on the 28th. Our 12-month staff works Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of that week. Currently, the remaining staff is off Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of that week. I think if in reference to the emails we have received requests to make it as clear as possible, is to allow staff to have off the 25th and 26th, which is the 2 days that we have school that week. Those are instructional.
So they would have the whole week off. All right, it's open for discussion.
So, Dr. Wood, we've had this discussion about instructional days. If we do give those days off, are we still okay with days and hours, et cetera?
We are still okay with days and hours. Our current instructional calendar for this school year is 175 days long. Those are 2 school days, so that would drop our instructional calendar to 173 days. We're still well above the 990 required instructional hours.
Other comments from the board? Go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
So I'm 100% on board of this. I know that this discussion has come up in the past, and that's why I wanted where my comments are going to fall. So I feel like it's the month of November, and that we might want to be very considerate of this in the future, because I think it's great that teachers would have the week off, and it would be even better if they had the time to plan for it, right? And also for the families that need to plan for daycare, also scheduling changes affect custody agreements. This has been something that come up in the past in my personal life, so I know that that can be something that we need to consider in the future when we're doing calendars. Again, I'm completely in agreement, but when these last minute changes happens, it does affect people's lives.
I have a comment, but I want to hear anybody else.
Yeah, I would say that based upon the emails that I've received from, in particular, the elementary teachers, that they're just completely overwhelmed with the new Literacy Act demands, and a lot of them aren't given, any time, but spending extra time at school trying to get everything done, jumping through hoops. So I would say that probably some time off would be good.
Well, I have a comment. We have a committee that decides the calendar, and they spend a lot of time on it. In fact, we're going to talk about that today a little bit. And it's good discussion. And in reference especially to what Ms. Cleveland was talking about, it's the kind of thing that I know last year we made this last minute change. Was it like a couple weeks before that we also did the same thing? What about the year before that? Is there any memory? So the last 2 years we've made this change. And I guess I'm thinking of each year that must have been part of the discussion with the calendar committee, and they decided not to do it, but we as a board basically overruled it. That's a concern a little bit, because what does it communicate to that committee who's done so much work? Yet I do empathize, Ms. Cleveland, with exactly what you're saying. There's a lot of things, especially with the Virginia Literacy Act, that have put a lot of pressure on the elementary teachers specifically, and there's a lot of things going on this year. But again, to Ms. Cleveland's point, is that when these kinds of things happen, they should be done far ahead of time, like making the decisions about next year's calendar during this period of time. So it's pretty well set in stone by the time we finish the school year, so that everybody can make those plans for care for the children or taking a vacation, whatever. So I'm mixed both ways, but I'm just a little bit troubled that, it's like we've done this 2 years in a row, and I just, that, in my opinion, it's, do we trust the calendar committee to make these decisions? I'm sure they had a much larger discussion about things like this than we have. And they have made the decision not to give all those days. Anyway, that's my opinion. Other thoughts?
Yeah. I get, how many teachers are on the calendar committee?
I don't know. I want to say roughly maybe 10.
10 teachers?
Maybe 10 total.
Well, how large is this committee?
I'm sorry?
How large is the calendar committee?
How large is it? It's composed of teachers, administrators, school board office personnel, parents.
Like how quantity-wise, how many are on it?
30, 40, something like that. Yeah.
So what you're saying, I'm seeing it both ways. I'm saying, well, if we keep changing it, why do they keep not giving the full week? But then on the flip side, why are they not giving the full week? What's the reason for that?
Well, there's some old school thoughts. Well, it's not old school thought. Some school divisions are still, prescribing to this method. And this is really one of the major changes, is just a few years ago, prior to the 990 instructional hours, it was always 180 days. You had to attend school 180 days. And so many school divisions have held to that mark for many years. Over the last 5 years, maybe it's been, they've adjusted it to 990 total instructional hours, which if you work that out, divide that by the 6.5 hour school day, it's far fewer than 190 days, or excuse me, 180 days. So you're seeing some school divisions now come up with more creative approaches. And later on in the evening, when we get to the agenda, you'll see some of the things that I've gotten from teachers lately. We've had administrative meetings. We've really kind of vetted some of these ideas in terms of next year's calendar, and we'll get to that later in the agenda tonight. I'll give you a precursor. It does include the Thanksgiving week off for next year's consideration.
I did sit with you on that, yeah. You have a lot of good ideas.
Yeah,
It's
so
really
yeah, that's
good.
right.
What's coming is really good. I would say my opinion on it is I want to respect the calendar committee, but what we have put our staff through this year with everything all at one time, they sort of deserve it. I mean, they are overwhelmed because they have so many new things thrown on their plate this year. And next year, hopefully that will subside. And if the calendar committee feels still that we need to not give them a week, then maybe we can justify that. But right now, it's like we're hearing from them. Now that is an email I'm getting constantly, is Thanksgiving. I'm not saying that just because we're getting emails about it, they should just get whatever they want, but I do feel like that they've gone through a lot this year.
Other thoughts, board members? All right. I've already expressed my opinion, and so I'll go ahead and say it.
I'd like to make a motion to give the staff, King George staff, off the week of Thanksgiving.
Now, you're going to talk about all staff, teachers, and 12-month personnel, all of them? Is that what the motion
Yeah.
is? So it's everyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I second.
Second, do I have further discussion on that?
I would just like to add, sorry, I would just
No.
like to add that we as a board are always talking about how we can improve teacher morale. Here's a great opportunity to do so right here, to show them that we do care, that they're exhausted from all the demands that they have.
Any other discussion? Mr. Frank?
I am all in favor of giving the people who are in the trenches, the teachers, and 2 days, extra 2 days. But, I'm sure I'm gonna upset some people, but I'm not that keen on the staff.
That's what I was asking. I was going to ask you if you asked her if it was staff or just the.
Exactly. I want to be sure the motion was clear. Is it for everyone, as teachers or teachers and staff? Because 12-month staff have a little bit different requirements.
Yeah.
Yes, they do, and a lot more.
So are are you suggesting to amend the motion?
Yes,
Okay, how would you like to amend it?
just for teachers to have 2 days off.
So only give the teachers, not the entire staff, the week off.
Yeah.
Extra 2 days. Okay, so we've had an amendment to the motion. Do I have a second for that amendment? This is not the motion itself yet. This
I have
is
a
the
question about it.
seconding. Well, first the second, then the question about the amendment. Then we'll vote on the amendment. In other words,
Yeah, but I don't want to second it unless I know what I'm seconding.
all right, go ahead, Ms. Davis.
What about the cafeteria staff and everything? Do they need to be at school?
If Dr. Boyd, you heard Mr. Frank's suggestion that teachers only? So what would that mean as far as custodial, cafeteria staff, and all those? So under teachers would come all those other things. The only thing it wouldn't require would be the 12-month people. Is that correct? Is that clear, Ms. Davis? Okay, for the custodians and then school board staff and other staff would stay. The 12-month people, basically. That explain it, Ms. Davis? Do I have a second for the amendment?
Is it true that they have no time to train teachers? Is there a benefit for making them work those 2 days?
They can take leave. They can obviously take leave, Miss Davis. That would be up to
But
them.
do they have more leave? Is that a true statement?
12-month staff are the only ones that have leave. Teachers do not have leave. They have summer off.
Yes, they can.
I'm just
12
trying to
month staff
understand
could
what,
take it's just like if you had a job with 2 weeks off, you could take some of those vacation days some other time of the year.
what's the benefit of making everybody, or making this, 12-month stay? Or what's the reason behind it? Because they get paid more? I don't know.
12-month staff gets paid more money, yes.
I think it's not relevant. I'll second.
Okay, further discussion? We've already had some on this. Further discussion? This is only on the amendment now, okay? It's not on the decision about giving the week off. Only on the amendment that it would only include the teachers. It would include everyone except for 12-month staff people. They have that week off. Any further discussion with that? This is only the amendment. All right. There's no further discussion. I'd like to vote on the amendment, and we'll go down the way, yay or nay for the amendment, and then we'll have a vote on the original motion Ms. Cleveland made. Ms. Cleveland on the amendment?
No.
Ms. Hoover?
No.
Mr. Frank?
Yay.
Ms. Davis?
Nay.
Chair votes nay. Motion fails. All right, now we're with the second motion, which basically says giving the whole week off. And motion has been made. This would be for everybody, including 12-month staff, teachers, and everyone, to give the entire week off. So now we have a motion that's been seconded. So further discussion before we vote.
Where are you at, Tucker?
Okay, this is the original motion that Ms. Cleveland
Oh,
made,
okay.
Ms. Davis. So the amendment didn't pass.
Gotcha, yes.
So
I
now we're
understand.
back to giving the whole week off for everyone, 12-month staff, teachers, everyone, the whole week.
Okay.
If there's no further discussion, then I'll have a vote. We'll go individually. We'll start with Mr. Frank.
Yay.
Ms. Davis?
Yay.
Ms. Hoover?
Yes.
Ms. Cleveland?
Yes.
Chair also votes yay. Motion passes. So the week is off for everyone, 12-month and teachers. All right. Thank you for doing that because, again, it does affect a lot of people's schedules. And I know that the next year it be different, but I do think it's important that we honor what the calendar committee does as much as possible. All right, let's move on then. Now we have the presentations, and the first one is the 70. Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any other changes to the agenda? I'm sorry. I'm cutting anybody off if you had other changes. No other changes to the agenda? All right. Presentations, the 70/30 product and process. Do we have a presentation that would?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. You have Mr. Watson and Dr. Nice that will come up and speak to the slides that they provide.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you to both of you for doing this preparation. Appreciate it. Because we have had a lot of concerns about this.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone. First, I would just like to open, certainly have some information shared with you this evening about the 70/30 change. I don't know if we have a presentation that we can.
John, do you have that presentation that you can run, please? Secondary grading information. Got it up. Secondary grading information.
Yeah, we can all see it, but we sure can't see that.
Okay, we're fine. We can. So I think that one of the biggest. Okay, go ahead. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so you guys have your information up there on your laptop. So really what we looked at was the 70/30 grading guidelines. I would tell you this is something that has made a lot of sense to me for being here for a couple of years now. Looking at our past practice with our teachers, last year, for example, just to make numbers make sense, say 100 teachers, we had upwards of 45 different ways that teachers calculated grades for the group. So what we're trying to do is bring some semblance of consistency with that. With that, we talked about this idea of having a 70-30 grading policy. You can see what's listed there in terms of this isn't the be-all, end-all definition of what's a product and what's a process assignment. However, this is guidance that we have given to our teachers to help it make sense for them. Really, it holds the products that kids need to produce to show their learning to a higher level. So, tests, quizzes, essay papers, benchmarks, benchmarks, presentations, things of that nature, papers, labs, all those things where they have to really show that they're processing the learning. It counts for a heavier weight. We also look at tests that are tied to standards, that are tied to SOL exams, and the idea that these types of things matter and should be weighed a little bit more. I will say, though, that you see there at the bottom of the screen, it is something that can be rather shocking early on into a quarter, where you could have 5 grades listed as an A because they're process grades, and then you take that first test, and it's a poor score, which could let that grade go quite lower, and people have the question, why I'm staring at 6 A's, but I have a D on a test. Why do I have a D in the class or a C in the class? So just that idea of understanding what's weighted more heavily, to really make sure that our teachers and our parents and our community are aware that things just count more. When we spend time on these types of things, they should be weighed more heavily, as we are trying to create some consistency with this process of 70-30.
Next slide, John. And while we're waiting for the next slide to come up, I will also add, Mark and I kind of came to this realization independently of one another, and then when we realized that we were both looking at this, the middle school kind of fell in line with what the high school had already kind of decided they were going to do for 70-30. At the middle school, we started having conversations with department chairs, are we looking at like 65% for product, 35% for process, and starting having those conversations. We learned the high school was doing 70-30, and we thought it made sense to be consistent at the secondary level. And I think that helps parents and families kind of understand what we're doing from middle school on. This next slide is showing some of the positives that are coming out of this, and then also looking at some of the concerns, obviously, that we've heard, and I know that you all have heard. And Mr. Watson alluded to this already, but one of the positives is just trying to find that consistency between middle and high school. And by doing this, we are kind of moving in lockstep for our students, so everyone knows what to expect when they get to 6th grade and beyond. Again, Mark kind of touched on this too, but we're looking for some common language and common understanding of what we are expecting students to do. And again, it's been a little bit of a challenge as we've gotten used to this. But ultimately, what we want is for grades to reflect knowledge and skills. We don't want someone to have 100 in a class and then come away with a 400 on SOL, which is still passing, but it's lower end of the SOL. So we want those grades to really reflect where we think they're going to be at the end of the year. And then finally, and again, Mark alluded to this as well. You're fine. But what we have is teachers grading all over the place, and there was really no consistency among buildings or even departments. And while we're still working through this problem a little bit, this gives us that common language and that frame of reference for everybody so we can be more consistent across the board, again, in departments, in schools. So I think those are some positives that are coming out of this. Obviously, there's been some concerns as well. There have been concerns about inconsistency among retake procedures, which is something we've both talked about and are working through with our staff. One of the big things that I know we've heard, or at least at the middle school, is that students are failing at the first quarter more so than last year. And we're going to look at some data later to kind of highlight that and look at what we're actually seeing. As teachers, we're figuring this out too. I think we did see at the beginning there was a lack of variety in the product grades. and everyone thought a product had to be a test or a quiz, which is not necessarily the case. There are lots of different opportunities for students to show what they've learned, what they've practiced, and that could be papers, projects, even classwork that is something they've already went over, they've learned, and now they're kind of showing as a formative assessment kind of thing what they know. So lots of variety in product grades that weren't necessarily there at the beginning. So again, working with staff, and we'll talk about that a little bit later too. And finally, there is that perception that student learning is suffering with the new implementation. And I'm hoping that the data that we're going to show you here in just a minute kind of changes that perspective a little bit. So if we can go to the next slide, we can get into that. So I tried to find a way that made sense to kind of look at the same groups of students over the years at the middle school to see what impact this is having. So I have our current 6th grade students, and I don't have their elementary data, so I just have this year's Q1 data. Current 7th grade, I have last year when they were 6th graders, and then this year's data. And then our current 8th grade students, I have their entire time through middle school. And what I did was I looked at the total number of grades and then looked at the failing grades and came up with a percentage of how many students or how many grades were failing. So if we start backwards, if we look at our current 8th grade students in the 2022-2023 Q1, 3.2% of the grades that were given were failing grades. And then if we go to last year's 6th graders, this year's current 7th graders, when they were in 6th grade, there was 3.5% of all of their grades were failing grades. Then if you look at this year's 6th graders, you see that we're looking at 8.3% of all grades are failing grades. So definitely our 6th grade students have felt the impact of this process or guidelines. It's not really a policy. So that's something that made me kind of take notice, and that's something we're going to be looking at more closely. But then if we look at, we're going to go back to 2022-2023, our current 8th grade students when they're in 6th grade, they had a 3.2% rate of failure for all their classes. Then as they went into 7th grade last year, you'll see that number jumped up pretty significantly to 9.7%. So, that's 6.5% increase right there in the number of failures, which is concerning in and of itself, right? However, if we look at our current 7th graders, when they were in 6th grade, their failure rate was 3.5%, and this year, Q1 was 10.1%, so 6.6 increase. So almost identical to what it was for our current 8th graders from 6th grade to 7th grade. And then obviously, if you look at our current 8th grade students again, there's a slight increase in the number of failures overall, but again, it's not as significant as, again, what we're seeing from our 6th graders year over year. So I think our 6th graders certainly felt it, but outside of that, I think we've been fairly consistent with what we've seen at the middle school over the past several years. So that's what we're looking at in the middle school, and I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Watson.
Thank you. Could you go to the next slide, please? All right, so you take a look here. There's 3 slides. I'm going to kind of go through them rather quickly, but if you look at, this is Q1 report card data from last fall. You can look and see that we had 222 students fail a total of 385 classes. Last fall, Q1. This quarter that just ended, we had 235 students fail 365 classes. And you can see those students, we are typically 9th and 10th grade heavy for the most part with our number of classes that have failed in terms of percentages, which that trend has stayed the same. You can also see that the trend 9 through 12 on the top compared to 9 through 12 on the bottom has stayed very, very consistent despite this 70-30 grade change. We have not seen any data points that would lead us to be concerned about this policy, not this policy, this guideline that has been put in place. Our students are performing in the same manner. Certainly there you can see there's room for improvement. However, we haven't had a major shift in how our students are performing based on adopting the 70-30 model based off of the data on this slide. Next slide, please. If you look at something like this, again, this is data comparing just to show you some consistency with some data. This is fall semester 1 last year compared to spring of last year. And you can see this is just another side of the slide to show you some consistency here. Again, we're roughly little bit more in the fall. I'm sorry, a little bit more in the spring last semester, but we're in that low 200s to mid 350s students, low 200s to mid 350s classes, whether it be a quarter or a semester. So our data points are pretty solid there in terms of consistency. And again, as you can clearly see up there on the left-hand columns of these slides, our 9th and 10th graders are definitely the areas of concern where we look at frequency in terms of number of students failing classes. Next slide, please. And I wanted to just share this as well. This is interim data, which again, interim data is not necessarily the best data to look at because it's not report card data. However, I just wanted to share, if you look on the right, at the fall interim last year of Q1, we had 271 failing 441. At the fall interim of this year, we had 288 failing 428. So again, our data is very, very consistent in terms of total students, total classes, students in each grade level. I mean, English is even 88 and 88, you know, so I mean, we have very, very consistent data that I would say really combats the notion that the 70-30 has negatively impacted students at King George High School. I would also tell you that this is my 14th year as an administrator in education. This is the first quarter that I have not received an email or a phone call from a parent about a concern with a grade for the first quarter. And that to me is amazing because it happens all the time. I didn't get one call or one email about anybody concerned about a student's grade in a class, a teacher overall with grades for the quarter. So again, I think that tells me that King George High School, I think there are our parents, our community, our staff, and our kids understand. Not necessarily that they truly have a complete understanding, but they get it. Minimal number of calls this year as well with parents in general, maybe upwards. I could count them on one hand. So I just want to say that I feel like our adoption of this has proven to be pretty successful. Next slide.
So we have some strategies moving forward, and we've obviously talked to Dr. Boyd and Dr. Wright about this to pick their brains because they have a lot of knowledge between them. We're working on additional learning opportunities for students prior to any reassessment. That's something we have noticed because we don't want to just throw a reassessment at a student who maybe didn't score well on a test or a quiz without giving them an opportunity to make sure they learn the material. So that's something we're working on embedding with our instructional practices, looking at more flexibility with reassessments, retakes, test corrections, etc. We've had some secondary grading guidelines for several years, and we're looking, you know, do those still make sense for what we need currently? And we're looking at opening up more possibilities, more opportunities for students to have retakes and test corrections and things of that nature. So what does reassessment look like? We're looking for more consistency for reassessment across departments and schools, I think. It's hard to get everyone on the same page, so you know that's something that we continue to work with our teachers on. Looking at how often does this occur? It can be either student or teacher initiated is what we're looking to move forward to. Hasn't always been that case. A lot of times it's been, you know, the student has to request, but, you know, we're saying teachers, if you notice a student didn't do well on a test or a quiz or whatever, then maybe they have an opportunity for you to say, hey, maybe you should try this again after we do a little more practice. And then again, developing common practice between departments, classes, a little bit different at the high school, some of the singleton classes and things like that, I think.
So I think the biggest thing is, I think the biggest misconception is that, at least in my experience, has been that somehow that the product is just tests. The product portion is not just tests. There are so many things that go along with students producing something to show their learning. It could be anything from a presentation. We listed these things prior, but I think that was one thing where it's about test. There's so many other ways, and we should look at differentiating how we are asking kids to produce these things. And I think there are a variety of things that are taking place. One thing that I will say that the last board is very important to me is we need to look at our grade books with our schools and with our teachers. I will tell you at King George High School, we have students from the first quarter that have classes where they completed 18 assignments, and product and process combined, and we have students that have completed upwards of 60 product and process assignments. I have worked, I've said this since my first day. We really need to look at trying to get that number back closer to 18 and not towards 60. So there's no magic number per se, but we certainly don't want our students to be so bogged down with every single day. There's all these things that they need to do, and there's always points attached. At some point in time, learning has to matter as well, not the points or the grades or the numbers, but at the same time, we've really made a point to try to work through that piece as well. And that comes down to, as Dr. Nice mentioned, we need to include in those numbers the reassessments, the retakes, and things of that nature. But building that consistency is very important in terms of how often, when, how does it look, and how does it look consistent through departments. Next slide.
So some of the guidelines that we have given teachers, a lot of this hasn't changed over the years. Again, we've had some secondary grading guidelines. So a lot of this is not novel to teachers, but we do remind them pretty regularly that we expect a minimum of 2 grades per week, which translates to a minimum of 18 grades per quarter. And again, Martin just kind of touched on that a little bit. Same thing at the middle school. Some teachers get to that 18 and that's all the grades they have for a quarter, and other teachers are giving 40 grades a quarter. So there's still a lot of discrepancy there. But again, we're always looking at the minimum of 18 because we don't want too few grades because that will really skew a student's grade. With the new 70-30 practice that we started this year, I've kind of shared that we should be looking at a 2-to-1 ratio with approximately 12 process grades to 6 product grades a quarter if we're doing that minimum of 18. We think that's a pretty good ratio to kind of gauge where students are with their learning. And then finally, something that's been in the grading guidelines for a while is that no single grade can account for more than 15% of a student's overall grade at the end of a grading period. And again, Mark talked about this earlier. At the beginning of a quarter, you're going to see a lot of dips and valleys because that product grade will really impact the student either positively or negatively until more grades are in the grade book.
And the final slide we have is very much mimics Dr. Nice's slide, and again, we are very much similar at King George High School. They went with a 12-6 model. We came up with a 13-5 model. Certainly not married to that, and for consistency purposes, we can definitely shift towards that 12-6 model so students have that understanding and teachers have that understanding that at a minimum, we'd like to see a 12-6 model that's close to that 2-to-1 ratio. But I think we really need to look at how do we know that kids learn without giving them 70 things to do in 45 days. I really do think that that's our next step in this, because when do they have time to reassess if they have 70 things to do in 45 days? Now, I do understand we have 90-minute classes. It's a long time, but I just think we need to find a better way to assess our kids and give them more opportunities to really show that they've learned and mastered material before we move on to the next thing. So that's our short presentation, but we'll certainly welcome any questions or anything that you guys have for us this evening.
Yeah, I'll ask the board in just a minute, but first of all, I appreciate all the work that you guys have done. And I know this has nothing to do with policy. There's no decisions that we as a board make. I realize that. Having been a high school principal for many years, I know going through this, and I was the same way. I required 2 grades a week. One of the things that I've heard, and maybe some of the other board members will comment to this, and I'm just wondering how you respond to this, is I'm just getting the feeling that the teachers are saying we're kind of being micromanaged. I don't know if you've heard those kind of statements before, because in fact, I just had an email today. I don't know if the other school board members had it. They said, here's what I did in the past. It worked very well. I guess, how do you respond to those teachers that said, I had my own processes that worked very well, I've been very successful, here's all the things. How do you respond to those teachers? I'm sure you've had that. How do you respond to
that right now as well? Because
yeah,
I think the overall idea is we're trying to build some consistency for our students. Okay. And if I have 4 classes in a semester, I think it's very challenging for our kids to go from class to class to class, and it's calculated 4 different ways. I will tell you that, as I mentioned earlier, we had upwards of 45 different models. And when this wasn't a change that was made because something was broken in a sense, some people had some very, very strong methodology in terms of how they were calculating grades. Others did not. We also had, I would say, less than half of our teachers, but quite a few of our teachers went on a total point system as well,
Right.
not weighted. So everything was everywhere. And I think for consistency's sake for our students, for them to truly have an idea of this is how it's consistent in all of our classes, I think that taking that kid first approach that's kind of my rebuttal in the sense of the rationale as to the why.
Just have one more question, then I'll open up to the other board members. I'm assuming, especially at the end of the year, or especially when SOLs come out next year, that this will be reassessed to see, how it's working, if it's not. Because anytime you have something new, there's always this, you're going to have it. It's not going to be accepted right away, but after time, I know you're hoping that they'll see the value in it and then have more people on board. So I'm assuming that it will be assessed every year. This is, of course, your decision, not ours, but is that what you're thinking, is after the SOLs next year to be kind of reassessed?
Yeah, I mean, for me, yeah, absolutely. I think the goal is like we're raising the bar a little bit for our students throughout this process. So again, when it comes SOL time, they're going to be more than prepared because we're going to push them a little bit more and again, have those really high expectations because we know our students are capable of that. So we're hoping we see some alignment there, but yeah, absolutely. We're going to see what our scores look like and determine, hey, do we need to make any adjustments to this? We're always looking to get better, I guess is how I would end that. Mark, I don't know if you have any thought.
I just think we're looking for that correlation. If I'm in 8th grade and I get a 95 for the year in Algebra 1, I should not be scoring a 413 on an SOL. That's just an example.
Yeah.
So we're really looking for that stronger correlation of what the grade was for the year, what was the score for the SOL, and is there a strong correlation to that grade with that score? And if we're missing, then we need to look at that data, talk through that, and see what our next steps are.
I commend both of you because it's difficult to step out on something new like this. It took a lot of, intestinal fortitude to be able to do something like this, which can be very controversial. All right, other board members, I'm sure you have questions.
I think we ought to hear from the students.
Right the other way.
Thank you so much. I definitely, as a student, can understand the direction with the 70-30% policy and it being in effect. Although I do feel that there has been an extreme increase in student stress, at least I can only attest to the high school level, due to this because there's so much pressure surrounding certain assignments. And although we are going to this direction of more consistency, obviously, of like going to class, at the same time, each teacher is still grading differently. And what is product and what is process is still so different. So I'm having, and me amongst other students are all in the same boat where we're trying to find what teacher is going to do it like this and what teacher is going to do it like this. So I feel like it has not eliminated that like consistency aspect where we're still trying to have that huge question mark, as well as I do feel that it's just the percentages are really high and having different teachers with different things has just been a really hard time. And I feel like it's the stress that has increased, although we do have that consistency across the board, if that makes sense.
Jimmy, for me, keep going on. I've got to plug in my computer or I'm about to lose it.
Dr. Nice, you said it. You spoke the words right out of my mouth was, because I wasn't for this at first, right? It's new. It didn't make sense to me. I was a student that I did my homework and my classwork because I didn't always test well on certain subjects. So I thought that we're really hurting students that don't test well. But I love the fact that you guys are raising the bar because you know that your students can reach that bar standard. And that means so much to me, to be honest. And just this breakdown that you provided has helped me understand tremendously, like a lot better. We did get a lot of feedback from parents about their children and how this is affecting their grades. So my question is, in the first semester, is this going to happen every year, or once this becomes a normal thing, that first semester drop of grades will disappear?
But again, I think the data that I shared impacted our 6th graders for sure. But 7th and 8th grade, I think have been pretty consistent even with this. So I think that tells me that maybe in past years, we tried to ease our sixth graders into middle school a little bit more gently. And I think this made it more of a very stark contrast between elementary and middle. But I do think that this was like growing pains. And I think now that, this is something we're looking to continue, I think we can share that out with parents when we do our Rising Sixth Grade night in the spring, and just make sure everyone is very much prepared to come in and hit the ground running at middle school. So obviously I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I think that this was our growing pains, and I think we're going to level out moving forward, and I think it's going to be rather consistent, would be my guess.
I'd like to see the presentation get pushed out to the parents, so that they can, see the data and the expectations, because I'm all about consistency. So thank you.
Anyone else? Again, I just want to commend both of you, because just simply stepping out with something that I know both of you have researched a lot, and the consistency, it's difficult. And I think there's some really positive aspects to this, but it is a growing pain. And I think the real telltale signs will be what happens after the SOLs. And hopefully by the end of the year, Chad, I hear what you're saying, but hopefully as time goes on, maybe even the students will begin to see some value in this, because the things at the beginning in those first few stages are often painful.
My last question, sorry, Karen.
Sure, go ahead.
Why 70 for the test, for the product? I guess it just seems high. It is, but it's a mastery. You want to reach mastery. I understand that.
I think the whole idea is that you want a higher level of what kids know, and 70%, at least that, if you look at it from the standpoint of grades, 70% of, that gets you a C. 70% of your grade is a C. So you can do, in a sense, you can do nothing and get everything and get 70% and you're passing. So, and I would argue in some cases you should probably get a higher grade. But again, it's the whole idea that tests and products and learning is tied to standards, which are tied to SOL tests. So our students, again, that stuff should carry more weight. Is 70-30 the magic recipe? Not necessarily. Some school systems use 60-40. Some use 60-30 and count 10% for the end of, and count 10% for the quarter, for the end of quarter exam, or for the final exam. So, there's different models out there, but I just think that, we have to make sure that our students understand that there are certain pieces that just weigh more heavily, because in a lot of these classes that they have, at the end of that class, whether it be dual enrollment, AP, SOL, they're taking some very high stakes assessments, and getting them to understand that these pieces matter throughout to get you to the end, I think is part of the rationale.
Okay.
Anyone else? Dr. Boyd, did you want to make a final comment about this?
Yeah, I'll just say thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you guys being here this evening and providing great detail as to what this is. I would just encourage everybody to, I don't think the numbers are as important as the philosophy. I think, what we're attempting to do is make sure that our students master the content. If you look at the instructional aspect of this, this has real world application. We as adults and even our students, we need to make sure that we learn the material and not just continue to practice the material, maybe even wrongly. I think what this process is going to show is that as we work through it, and there have been some growing pains, but what it's going to show is that our grade is going to accurately reflect our students' ability to master the content. And that's really going to tell our students, our parents, and our teachers where those students stand in understanding that material. And it's going to shine a bright light on where they stand as far as state assessments and things of that nature. So it's really going to provide us a lot of guidance in how to improve instructionally moving forward. I think it's a good approach. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you very much. And I was thinking about something else too. Some of the, although it gets rather complicated, but some of these teachers that had their own systems in place, they could still possibly make their system work within this. It gets a little complicated, but they can.
We absolutely can. If anyone, if you ever want to come and sit down and talk to me about this in more detail, I'd love to, because there's a method to the madness too for the
Exactly.
teachers that have certain ways about doing business. So yes, sir, absolutely.
I was even thinking, even the point system, you could still make this work. It's a little complicated, but they could do that. And thank you for being open to all this. And hopefully we've had parents and other teachers listen to this. And I know you're open to always, talk more about it if somebody has questions. All right, good. Thank you. Let's move on. Again, thank you so much for your work. We really appreciate it. Let's give them a hand. All right. Did we lose? No, we're still there. I'm getting a lot of feedback. Board members, when you're not talking, let's be sure to shut off our mics because we're getting some. I'm sorry. I kept hearing this. Boo, 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 boo.
It was that way.
All right. All right, John. We won't shut them off. Okay. All right. Next, we have the instructional highlight, King George High School Criminal Justice Program.
Yes, if you guys could make your way forward, we have Miss Muhammad here this evening, who is the instructor for our criminal justice program. And her students this evening are James Brown, Yuri Hines, Sarah Parker, Ethan Price, and Isaiah Torres. If you guys would like to come forward, they have a demonstration for us. I've got a quick excerpt I'll read while they're making their way forward too. Students are introduced to law, public safety, and law enforcement practices in our criminal justice program. They examine contemporary issues in the criminal justice system and explore crime scene investigation as well as police function. The criminal justice competition team allows students hands-on interactive learning with the opportunity to compete through Skills USA with other criminal justice students across the state of Virginia. They compete in areas of crime scene investigation and law enforcement police procedures. This is the second year of the King George High School Criminal Justice Team. Being on the competition team helps the students build leadership, decision-making, interpersonal and career skills, and help prepare them for a future in public safety. You guys are on.
Good evening. My name is Alex Folks. I'm a part-time student here, and I'm a part of the competitive criminal justice team. And I'm going to be basically reading a script while these people do the hard work. All right. Certain qualities are common to successful investigators, such as good communication skills, strong ethics, initiative, and resourcefulness. All crimes assigned to investigators must be investigated effectively and thoroughly. This responsibility includes not only complete preliminary and follow-up investigations, but also understanding the importance of physical evidence in a criminal investigation. The contributions of physical evidence in investigation are diminished primarily by the inability, unwillingness, or failure to locate, properly collect, mark, and preserve the evidence, and by drawing an improper conclusion from its analysis. Today, you will witness the King George High School competitive criminal justice competition team work a crime scene using techniques they have learned under the tutelage of Mrs. Lisa Muhammad. When a crime occurs and the police are notified, as rapidly as possible, the officers must identify the boundaries of a crime scene and secure it. They may do this through the use of police cruisers, fire personnel, equipment, or what we are used to seeing on television, yellow crime scene tape. The crime scene tape secures the crime scene, also known as the place where the offense or the crime was committed. Once the scene is secure, the crime scene investigators complete an initial walk around to gain a feel for the scene, use the scene for different angles, and determine what equipment is needed. Being difficult today, sorry. To best process the scene. Photographs are taken from a macroscopic or large view to include such things as location, the victims and/or the suspects' bodies, and cars and buildings. Photographs are then taken from a microscopic or smaller view. These photographs consist of the specific objects in the piece of evidence that are associated with the commissions of the crime, including knives, bite marks, hairs, fibers, shoe and tire impressions, blood, and so on. The incident report is completed to detail the crime scene, victim and suspect information, evidence located, and other pertinent information. The goal of the incident report is to answer the questions who, what, where, when, how, and why. The incident report must tell a story. It must be written in such a manner that someone reading that report can understand what had happened. A well-prepared incident report, based on a thorough investigation of an offense, can promote the rapid apprehension of a suspect. It also serves as the official memory of the police department, so that anyone who needs access to the file after the reporting officer or investigator is no longer available can make sense of a report in the event. The crime scene sketch is a basic diagram of a crime scene showing us important points, such as locations where various pieces of evidence were located. Forensic mapping is the process of taking and recording the precise measurements of items of evidence to be drawn or fixed on the sketch. As a practical matter, it allows positioning of the evidence back in its original location with a reasonable degree of accuracy because there's some variation in the precision of sketching methods. Today, we see a crime scene team use baseline measurements and triangulation to determine the coordinates of each item in the crime scene. Those measurements and objects are then drawn on graph paper according to scale. Crime scene diagramming requires a technician to remove through and around the scene with caution in order to prevent the accidental moving, alteration, or destruction of physical evidence, all of which have the potential to confuse or misdirect the investigation. The location of physical evidence during the crime scene search merely marks the first step in its long journey towards presentation in court. The chain of custody is how an item of evidence is to be presented in court is authenticated as being the item that was seized in a crime scene. The essence of packaging any evidence is to do it in a way that would make any tampering with it clearly evident. The officers use pre-printed bags or labels and provide the following information: type of offense, agency case number, date removed/received, item number, and the investigator's name and badge/ID number. Working together as a team, clear, concise communication, and knowing what needs to be done on a crime scene allows for smooth working of the scene with minimal mistakes. The end goal of working at a crime scene is helping build a strong case, and a case strong enough to apprehend the suspect and get justice for the victim. Thank you.
And time. Go ahead and break down the scene for me, please. As you all can see, when it comes to crime scene processing, it is a fluid, dynamic type of movement where there has to be teamwork and cohesion. There has to be lots of effective and efficient communication in order to process the crime scene in an efficient manner, and so that all items of evidence are notified or recognized and collected and packaged properly for court. One of the things that's very important to me as their criminal justice teacher and coach is to bring my real world experience as a forensic evidence tech, or a CSI as you all may know it, is to show them the real world application and how to move so that maybe one day they can follow in my footsteps and become a CSI as well. I just want to say thank you for inviting us out, having us come and show a little bit of what we do. And I know it was a whole lot going on. It looked like musical chairs, it looked like a circus, but I promise you, they do know what they're doing in the midst of the madness. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions, school board? Or comments? Quite meticulous. I have a question. How many, if there's some kind of scene like this, how many people would usually do the crime scene investigation? Would it be 1, 2, 3, 4 for a scene this small?
For a scene that small, normally it would be one person.
Okay.
For me, in my career, if I had I did have a triple homicide. And on that triple homicide, I called out 3 other crime scene technicians to come and help work with me, and everyone had their own assignment that they had to do while I worked the bodies themselves. But for the most part, if it's a singular homicide, or if it's an infant death, or if it's a robbery or sex crime, then I work it alone.
Okay. Can maybe ask some of the students what is the most exciting part to this, and what are you going to do in the future?
Hi, my name is Gary. I would say the most exciting part is being able to use this in my future career. Since there's not many opportunities, I take advantage of this, and honestly, it's my favorite part of going to school. I want to major in forensic science, and this really helps me understand like what I'll be dealing with in the real world.
Hello, my name is Isaiah Torres, and I'd like to say that my favorite part about this whole criminal justice team experience is the last part, the team. Working on just this presentation alone was very interesting, and we only had about 2 days total to prepare, and that was after school, but we managed to do a very good job for the amount of time that I believe we had. And yeah, that's about it.
My name is Sarah Parker, and I think the most exciting part about the Criminal Justice Club is learning about different opportunities. Like, I've learned so much from this club from like 2 days I've been here. I've learned how to scale a crime scene. I've learned how to take up clubs properly. I've learned how to bag evidence. And I think it's just a really good learning opportunity for any of those who'd like to go back here.
Hello, my name is Ethan Price, and I find how unique the experience is to most students very appealing and fun for an after-school curriculum.
Hi, I'm James Brown, and I've taken criminal justice and crime scene because I think it's a very fun experience so far that I've seen, and it'd be a great option for most people that would like to go into crime scene investigation and any of the other police force.
Hello again, I'm Alex Foltz, and I would say my favorite part about being on this team is just being around people with similar interests in me and getting to learn about things that I'm genuinely interested in. And obviously, I'm new here, I don't really know what I'm doing. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, and I honestly look forward to it. Thank you.
Board members, any other questions? All right, good. Well, let's give another hand. Thank you. That was a great job. Good presentation. All right, next we have the Technology Advisory Committee Annual Report.
Yes, we have Ms. Half. This is our annual Technology Advisory Meeting Committee update.
Good evening. My name is Hillary Half, Supervisor of Technology. Each year, as Dr. Boyd mentioned, we are invited out to provide an annual review of the Technology Advisory Committee and really provide some highlights that the technology team has taken on over the last year. Talk about kind of where we are now and where we're headed in the next school year. As most of you know, each of our advisory committees, we have a school board representative, so you're very familiar with the makeup of our committees. It's really important when we build these at the beginning of the year to include all stakeholders. So that slide just goes to show we do try to pull in folks from all walks of life. Ms. Kathy Hoover, who is up here this evening, has served on our technology committee for 2 years now. This is her second year with us. And we even have Chad Brown here with us tonight, and Chad is one of our 2 student representatives from the high school. Especially when you're discussing technology, how important is it to have our students on this team and to be talking to us firsthand about what's happening to them in the classroom and in the school? This slide just presents, in no way is this everything that technology encompasses, but a lot of these are our hot ticket discussions that come up during our meetings. We try to build an agenda to stay on task, but depending on the season and the time of year, really drives what we discuss. So these are some of the areas that we really focus on. Sometimes we'll have a meeting and focus on 2 of these. Sometimes we'll hit 12. It just depends on the day. I present this graphic because if you look at building security and Chromebooks, of all of those blocks up there, I would say that those 2 areas really take the majority of our time as a technology department. Building security really involves the door access system and your camera security system. Very much that is going to take priority any day, any week, over a teacher's document camera or a projector that needs a help desk ticket. Building security always comes first. Ironically, at 6:57 this morning, I received an email from the SSO right here at King George High because one of our most important cameras in the cafeteria had gone down over the weekend. It changes up our schedule. We redirect our team, and that's just what we do, and that's how we prioritize. Chromebooks obviously is a very large part of our day and our year. Not only the physical piece of Chromebooks, we are one-to-one K-12, so we are talking about 4,600 students. We have about 5,000 Chromebooks on campus. We have 4 building technicians out on site, so you can imagine how busy we are just on Chromebook management alone, and not just the physical part of our Chromebooks and the repairs and making sure they're operating, but it's that back-end management of Chromebooks, state testing, making sure that we have the right applications on the Chromebooks. Mr. Chad Brown is one of those students that I can email any day and say, hey, Chad, we just made a change to our Chromebooks in just the high school. Can you please reboot your Chromebook and tell me if this app shows up in your apps folder? And to be able to do that and not have to go find a student and log in as a student, to really have that extension out into the building is super helpful to us. So thank you, Chad, for your time when you're in the middle of the day and Ms. Half is emailing you. And then these are just some areas, some of the bigger areas, and we include miscellaneous in there because it feels like if you can plug it into a wall, it tends to be related to technology, and it can be really overwhelming on any given day, depending on how lucky we are getting through that day. Next slide, John. Last year, I presented to you a new technology plan, a 5-year plan that will run through 2023 to 2028. This chart comes straight from our technology plan. And when it comes to technology, we have really big ticket items that require a refresh. So we have to pay very close attention to when we refresh different pieces of the technology and not get caught in a year where we have 2 really big items that we just can't afford or we haven't planned appropriately. If you look in the purple text, that just gives you an idea of what we've touched recently. A lot of these things are not black and white. For example, classroom technology. We don't put new classroom technology out and then don't touch it for 7 years. We put it out, and in 3 years, if a projector goes down, we replace a projector, and that's what I mean by the stagger. Security cameras, same thing. We just did a project in 2021 at the high school, but cameras go down. Cameras need to be replaced. Sometimes your administrator doesn't like the view of the camera, so we're swapping it out. So it's very fluid. But this does give you an idea that these are the big items that come up every about 5 to 7 years for a refresh. So this has really been the big project of the year. Anytime Dr. Boyd asked me how technology is going, my answer was always, holy cow, this wireless upgrade is kicking our butt. This was a huge undertaking this past year. It's taken us about 8 to 10 months to really complete. What this shows you is we have access points located throughout a building. Your access points usually reside in the ceiling, either in a classroom or a hallway, and it provides that connectivity for our Chromebooks and our wireless devices. So I wanted you to be able to see how we were able to grow and improve the number of our access points in each of these buildings. And we've made some really good improvements at some of these sites. Before the pandemic, we were not one-to-one, and it was not a requirement that we had the infrastructure for this. So obviously coming back and being a one-to-one, it was a priority that we really needed to focus on getting our buildings prepared so that our students could be in a one-to-one setting so that we could support the type of instruction that's happening in your classrooms and the digital learning. So I'm really proud of the team. This is also a project, you can't do this during the day. So we were gearing up and starting this at 4 o'clock at night and working till 2 in the morning because you can't do this with students in the building, and you can't take their wireless down in the middle of the day intentionally. It does go down sometimes unintentionally. That map just shows you we were able to get some engineers in here to provide a wireless site survey. That's actually the floor plan of King George Elementary, where you can see the 3 pods, and what that basically, that's what drove the placement of these access points. So if you look for those red areas, that's your weakest connectivity. You'll notice the art room absolutely needed some love. So this is where it got really tedious with the configuration and really working hard with a team of people to get these access points placed appropriately. So that really is that was our golden project for this last year. This is kind of a big one this year, and you have maybe you've heard some buzz about this. Security awareness training. We really haven't pushed training to staff regarding cybersecurity or anything like that. We try to really stay hands-off and not give these teachers one more thing to do. But I also feel, and like I told you last year, cybersecurity is one of our top challenges, especially in school systems. We don't have a cybersecurity employee on site. We don't have a department that is that large to be able to handle that. And when you're talking about cybersecurity, your weakest link, it's your users. It's nothing against us as the users, but we are the ones that sometimes make those unintentional mistakes, and we click on that link and you've got a hot mess on your hands. So we decided to take something like email because we have seen an uptick in a lot of like phishing and spam email coming through our staff group's email. So this actually gives you a sample that has really caused, a lot of teachers have seen this and went, oh yeah, I got to click on this required training from King George County Schools Human Resource Compliance Team. And you have never seen Ms. Yazurski or Ms. Gordon, create an email from the compliance team of Human Resources. So this trains our staff to look at the subject line, look at the email address that it's coming from, really pay attention to what you're doing. And I feel really good about this because if you look at the data, this was as of last Wednesday, we had sent out 670 staggered emails. It's not like the staff is getting the same thing every day. You had 39% opened it. And at the end of the day, we're not real concerned if they're opening it. Sometimes you have to open it to know what it is. And then we had only 13% who actually interact with the email by clicking on the link. We've had situations where it asks you for the last 4 of your social, and people are putting that information in, and we're really trying to stop that. Since we've started this, I'm waking up to so many emails from staff going, is this legit? Should I open this? What do you think this is? And that's exactly what we want. We want our teachers to pause, look at this, question it, send it to me. Send it to me all day long, because I would rather you do that than click on it mindlessly, and then we've got a problem. So this has really been, in my opinion, a good improvement for our staff. It doesn't take a lot of time. If the staff member does click on the link inside, it will say, you've been phished. This is actually an email from King George County Schools. Nothing bad is going to happen to you. Just remember, when you're looking at an email, focus on A, B, and C. So I think this has really been good for the staff. And then here are some areas for the next year. And if you thought I could get through this without talking about artificial intelligence, we would be burying our heads in the sand. Generative artificial intelligence has exploded, as you know, not just in education, but just in our society. We have staff that are already using AI for different ideas, and those are 4 of them that already you can talk to a high school teacher and they're helping, they're creating lesson plans with AI sites, or our ELL students are getting language translation through AI sites. We as a division, we are participating in a cohort, and it's called Year of Learning. And Fredericksburg City has invited several divisions to come out 4 times in the next 4 months. And we are sitting down with experts in generative AI because schools need something in place. We need guidelines for our students. We need guidelines for our staff, especially on how are we using this? How are we showing our students how to use this? How are we training them? So Dr. Wright and Mrs. Christine Hill and myself, along with 3 educators from in our buildings, reading specialists, math specialists, are attending these cohort sessions because we have to move with the times. We have to have a direction. Right now, there's not a lot. There's not a lot of direction, not even coming from BDOE. So we're very much all in this together, but we need to stay with the stream because this really is just not something that's going away. And it can be great and it can be damaging, just like any other technology tool. We just have to pay attention and we have to stay on that pulse. I am very proud of this image. I went to an AI image generator and I said, create a classroom with students on Chromebooks with a whiteboard with a blue K and a yellow or a gold G. And this is what I got, like in 10 seconds, right? So it's powerful, but it's almost powerful in a way that is very intimidating, especially as we're trying to build these students up to be productive citizens and critical thinkers. There's very much, I've talked to a lot of parents who are deeply concerned about their students having access to AI. But I also want to remind you, we can place filters during the day, but we have to think about what are we telling our kids and teaching our kids to do at the end of the day. When the cell phones are back in their hands, when we're not monitoring them and we're not filtering them, how are we helping these kids to really think through all of the things that they have at their fingertips? And then the other goal is circling back to our strategic plan. Goal 2 is about instruction. Very much technology folds into instruction in that strategic plan. So I pulled out some of our strategies, and these are the big things that we're always talking about. Building digital citizenship with our students and our staff. Doing what we can to provide professional development to help our teacher growth. And certainly keeping that tech plan up to date as a guide for the next 4 years until we get to build another one. So this is all I have. I think there's one more slide because we found a pretty profound quote that we cannot teach today the way we taught 5 years ago, the way I taught as 6th grade 20 years ago. We are in a different world. We're in a different land right now. And as a technology committee and as a technology department, we have to adjust to instruction. We support instruction, and so we are ever changing. And I just don't know that I envy classroom teachers right now. They have the most difficult job. And so as technology team, I very much feel that we do whatever we can to support them and keep them in a straight line too, because so many of these things are very big and could become problematic, but we're certainly doing it together.
Wow, thank you very much. That's a lot together. Big responsibility. Any questions?
I just want to say that you used to say you were really nervous when you were up there, but you did a great job. And it flowed very well.
This is not my favorite thing to do. You put me in front of 100 students, I got this. You put me on all this. This is not my jam.
Fantastic.
Yeah, this is
And
not my
so
jam.
thank you for that and for putting this together because that took a lot of time as well. Thank you.
And Chad, I apologize because I really wanted you to be able to, you know how I do. I got nervous and I didn't. So I know Chad may have a couple things to say. He's the one that's in the high school where there's AI floating around. So feel free to step in.
I definitely appreciate Ms. Haft's presentation and everything she said. I'm currently in a role of both a student and I'm teaching through our teacher cadet program at the high school, and I do see the benefits of both. And I really agree with Ms. Haft said. More than anything, we're trying to teach students about what's the future is and what to do in their future. That's what high school's setting you up to do, and other schools as well. So, like she said, we can't deny it. This is currently the times we're in, and it's what can we show our students on how to effectively and appropriately use it. And I've seen the benefits both from the students and my friends, because I personally haven't used this much, but my friends have, and I've seen that they have used it to help study and learn new techniques and produce new things that wouldn't be possible without it. And on the teaching aspect, see students become more creative with these ideas and stuff like that, and branch out with different avenues. And I definitely see the benefits and think that this is a great direction to be moving into.
Good, thank you, Chad. Other comments?
I was just going to say that I was super impressed at the size of the technology committee. I walked into a room of 20 plus people, and that's very encouraging that, you know, we were able to get that many people to be interested and involved. And thank you to all the staff and students and parents that are involved, because this is probably one of the very important things we've got to do.
Anything else? I just think about the comment made many years ago. We're about a brave new world. My goodness, we are in a new world. I know. I'm seeing AI stuff as I do preparations for a lot of presentations, just like you do. And every time I click, I have a question on the internet, AI comes up with the answer. It's more and more. The concern I have is, okay, you know, students and so on, okay, how much is going to be their work and how much is it going to be AI, and how do you tell the difference? I know years ago, my English teacher had this program, I don't know if they still have it, that they could put in papers in this program and it would tell you whether there was any plagiarism or anything. Well, nowadays, oh, it's a whole new world. Any other comments? Well, thank you very much, Ms. Haft. That was wonderful. All right, now we have comments by our student rep.
Good evening, y'all. Thank you so much for having me. Currently, the high school is doing well. Athletic teams are beginning to go into their district and regional competitions. I think volleyball is having one of theirs tonight. If you're able to, I think that we would all appreciate your support if you want to come out and see those. An exciting thing that happened is government classes held their own mock election school-wide today, which is helping our school body to better understand democracy and preparing students to know how to vote. It was a super fun activity that students could engage in if they wanted to, put on by the government classes, in order to just understand how it all works. And I think this is helping bridge the gap between real life experiences as well as school. Service learning experience for students with the Friends of the Rappahannock for tree planting on the school campus, which was a super awesome activity for students to participate in. And then the King George High School Counseling had put on a great amount of work to teach students about the importance of a drug-free life. Red Ribbon Week, and they did a phenomenal job with a bunch of engaging activities. And King George High School Theater placed second at the VHSL regional competition for an original play called The Life of the Procrastinator. And they compete in 2 weeks at their super regional competition. And students are working really hard these 9 weeks. We obviously have had our adjustments with the cell phone policy that I feel like is really working well, and students are adjusting and understanding the expectations as we've moved into a later part of the school year. The 70-30 policy, as discussed tonight, is definitely a hot topic that students are working through and navigating. And I think that Dr. Nice and Mr. Watson did a phenomenal job at explaining what it was. And we hope to see some of the other kinks kind of work out as time goes on, and kind of more understanding for students, parents, and families. And that is all I have. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, appreciate all the work you're doing, especially the way you help teachers and everything. That you're really an asset to us, and thank you for being a representative on the school board. All right, do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3712A of the Code of Virginia, I move that the board convene in a closed meeting to review hires, substitutes, resignation, and retirements, and for discussion specifically the superintendent's evaluation as permitted under 2.2-37A number 1 of the Code of Virginia, and to consult with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation, where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body as permitted under 2.2-37A, 3711A, number 7.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Vote aye. We're now in closed session. Whoa. It works. Are you sure this is okay, John? It sounds like things are gonna blow up. All right. Anybody sitting down? Anybody? Nope. All right. Do I have a motion to return to open session?
I move that the King George County School Board return to open session and certify that pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3712B, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by the public body.
Do I have a second?
I second. Certify.
Certify.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, certified.
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 I also certify. All right. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Chair says aye. We're now back in open session. Do we have a motion to approve the personnel as presented?
I move that we approve the personnel as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. They are approved. All right, now moving on with our the consent agenda, which is the minutes from October the 7th and October the 14th. I'll give the board a minute to find those. All right, first one, October the 7th. Is there any discussion about them, or can I have a motion to approve, actually, since it's just two, which thank you, yourself and Dr. Boyd for catching up. If you were doing 11, is this it? That's what I mean.
Yeah, we're caught up.
All right. Do I have a motion to
Yeah.
accept them, or is there a further discussion?
Yeah, I had a question real quick.
Sure.
Should I abstain from the vote since I wasn't here?
It's up to you, totally.
Okay.
If you don't feel comfortable, I mean, did you hear any
I
parts of
didn't
these
vote
meetings?
for them when I wasn't here and I joined, so you can just, you don't have to, yeah, you can recuse yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just simply the same. All right, any other further discussion about October 7th? If not, do I have a motion? Well, one.
She's trying to knock it
All
out
right,
of the
we
park.
can have both the 7th and the 14th. If there's no objection, I wouldn't mind a motion to approve both of those. Do I have one?
I move that we approve the minutes for October 7th and October 14th, 2024.
Second.
Any further discussion about any one of those two sets of minutes? Oh, this is wonderful. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries, and we can show that Miss Cleveland, sorry, that's up again, she abstained from the vote. Okay, let's move on now to policy updates. If everybody would open those. And the first one is IKB-R regulation. Dr. Boyd?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. So if you guys remember, a few meetings ago, we removed our policy IKB, the homework policy, because it was not required. You remember that conversation? We neglected to remove the regulation associated with that. So tonight I request that we remove the regulation associated with the policy that we've already removed.
I have a motion.
Make a motion that we remove policy IKB-R.
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It is removed. All right. IKH.
IKH is the retaking of SOL assessments. It's just an update to comply with the Virginia Literacy Act, which also now adds legal references and cross-references. If you look at the policy, it talks about really students in our K through 8 grades are not required to retake SOLs, Virginia Assessment Program, unless the following conditions are met. One of those conditions now with the Virginia Literacy Act is that they are receiving reading intervention. So this is just updated to match the new regulations for the Virginia Literacy Act.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve IKH as amended.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Carries. Next one is the JEC.
Okay, JEC. You'll see JEC is our school admission policy. It's a rather lengthy policy. It's updated to reflect the amended Virginia Code, and the policy is revised to reflect options available to school vision. So you'll see below. We ran this through our Students and Family Services Coordinator, Mrs. Fisher, and I want to walk you through what she suggested. She suggested that we keep the policy section that is scratched out in page 1. You see the scratch portion in page 1. She suggested that we keep that, and we also add the verbiage that is underlined, that is suggested through VSBA. And it has to do with kinship and things of that nature. It talks about admission. So in short, what we're doing in this lengthy policy is leaving the section that has been suggested to be removed from VSBA per our student family coordinator, and adding the sections that they have underlined per VSBA recommendation.
So that's only on page, it must be page 2.
Well, you have it on page, it stretches into page 2 as well.
So, so all that has been crossed out will remain.
Correct. And then everything underlined will be
Everything
added.
underlined is also removed.
Yes, sir.
Do we know why the VSB is recommending to take it off? Basically proving, who's taking care of the child at that moment.
Let me see.
What was the reasoning that Ms. Fisher gave to keep it?
I would think she kept it because people could. This is a loophole if you don't keep it, so they can say.
Well, yeah, I thought she thought it was still something very applicable to our
Yeah.
school division and something that we currently use. I can't tell you why VSBA has recommended scratching it. I know they recommended, including the section below, but Ms. Fisher has reviewed it. She's an expert with our policies. and
Well,
she's
yeah, I was
recommended
agreeing with her.
keeping it. Yeah, keeping the scratch section and also keeping the underlined
You
section.
could have grandparents in a different county
Yeah.
or in this county saying they take
No,
care
I
of the
agree.
kid now.
I agree totally.
Mm.
It's not the first time we've disagreed with VSBA, and it won't be the last. All right, I did have a question also on this, though. Where is, and I must have missed it, it is a little bit long. Where's the part that says that a child of a staff member, even if they don't live here, can attend? I didn't see that in. It seems like that should be in this policy, shouldn't it? Did I just miss it? You understand what I'm
No,
saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. That's a good point.
I read through it, but it was long, and I was getting kind of tired, but I think that's a local thing, that's all that we're not.
It is a local decision, but one that we could certainly reflect in our policy
should be in
moving
the
forward.
policy.
It should be in there. Yeah.
Well, would you mind looking, and maybe I've asked Ms. Fisher to look at this, and if it's not there, I think it should be.
Yeah, I agree.
And the reason why I'm saying that, there's several, but one in particular is that, you may have other people who, want to say, well, I'm a staff member, well, is that you don't, you have nothing in the policy that says that children of staff members can go, and yet you allow them, why can't you let my guy? There just needs to be something about it.
I agree.
Not just simply the local. All right, so then if you would add that somewhere and bring this back next time, is that okay with you?
You want to bring it back, or do you want to approve this evening, and then I'll bring it back with that suggested change? Does that work? That way we can
Yeah, that'd be
update the
fine with
policy
me as long as
accordingly.
that's in there. All right. So that would be, we don't know where to let Ms. Fisher put that, but it would be basically that we will place something in there about allowing the students of staff members to attend without the cost of tuition. All right. If that's okay with the board, do I have a motion?
Yes, you do. I make a motion to. What are we making a motion?
To approve as amended,
Policy JEC.
Policy JEC.
Oh, as you're gonna amend it.
Yes, well, as it's amended here, the changes that we
And then-
agreed to,
but
and
we're
then
adding
also
something
the
else.
addition.
Well, I'll bring that back. I'll bring Mrs. Fisher's
Okay.
back. But what we'll
Just
do
amend it.
tonight is we'll approve policy JEC as recommended by VSBA and as
Then he'll
amended
bring
by
back those
our
that
student and
added
family
ones.
coordinator.
So he'll bring it back next time, but we'll approve this as it is, and then he'll bring it back with those added words about staff.
Okay.
So,
Right. Go ahead, right? Okay, no, I make a motion to approve, policy JEC as amended.
Second.
any further discussion?
I got confused because on the one page, that's all marked out. We're saying we're not gonna mark it out. And so it's not amended.
Well, yeah, but we verbally amended it. In other words, we are not going to mark it out.
Okay.
If you wanted to
Just
be
wanted-
specific and say that, you could. Ms.
No,
Davis.
I just wanted, that's what confused me, to be honest.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Approved as amended. Next one is JJAF.
JJAF is student athlete sudden cardiac arrest policy. And in this policy, the only change is the masculine pronoun he to change to a personal noun, the student's athlete.
You know, in past updates, we have refused to change it just because it's a pronoun change. However, in some cases, if it makes it more clear, and in this is a case when it might, because it could be a female, obviously. So most of the time, I'm against making these changes. It has to do with crossing out a pronoun, but in this one, I'd be in favor of it. Other discussion on this? Does that make sense what I'm saying? There's been past times, with Cleveland, that just because they were just simply changing the pronoun, we would make all the changes, but that to us as a board was looking at the agenda. But in a couple of cases like this one, I think it's probably a better way to do it. It's clear.
It's still a reason behind why they're doing it.
There's still a
though.
reason behind it. I don't disagree with you.
So, but it does make more sense to say the student athlete. I just don't agree with why they're doing
Yeah, I know. Any other discussion? If not, can I have a motion?
I make a motion we approve JJAF as amended.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. JM.
JM is restraint and seclusion of students. The only update here is a legal reference at the bottom. 22.1-78, which is scratched per VSBA policy. This corresponds with the Virginia Code, which basically says the school board may adopt bylaws and regulations not consistent with state statutes. I think the state is moving towards having pretty clear expectations for seclusion and restraint. That's why they scratched that legal reference.
Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve policy JM as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Did you vote? Aye, motion carries. JO.
JO is student records, and again, this has a lot to do. There's a few things going on in this. Number one, from the very beginning, you'll see that his designee is changed to superintendent's designee. And then as you work your way down, you'll start to see some of the things that are coming from, in the last General Assembly session, there was a lot that changed with special education. And so what you'll see in the underlined sections are references to the change in the bills associated, or the laws now associated with the changes in special education. So for example, it's just adding education records are now electronic communications via email or facsimiles regarding any matter associated with a child with disabilities. So again, in reference to special education. And you'll see some other references like that through the policy. Anything other than that is taking those masculine pronouns and turning them into more proper nouns.
All right, any discussion on this one?
Thanks doesn't make sense. I mean, they're writing it. They're saying for her, the parents.
So you like to change?
No, I don't. I think that this is ridiculous.
Any other further discussion on this? Specifically, we're looking at the pronouns, I guess, with this particular one. Discussion.
There is added on the bottom too.
There's one.
There is an added statement or whatever sentence. If the child is enrolled in division at the very bottom, page 3 and 4. Isn't it added? Like underlined,
Which one?
page 3 and 4, bottom of page 3 and the top of page
Oh, I'm
4.
sorry. I have this on page 14. Bottom of page 3.
Yeah, on the top of page 4.
What is the question?
Well, it's not just about pronouns that they added.
Oh, no, no.
No, this is in reference to, this is the special education.
Right. So all I was saying, Ms. Davis, is that these underlined portions are valid changes, and I agree with them. And most of the other ones are simply, there's other things like page 5, annual notification, and they just change it to notifications, annual FERPA notification, and so on. So those changes are all fine. And even some typographical things, and on page 5, oh yeah, the type of information designated as directory information, comma, if any, comma, and the right to opt out of release of directory information. They're just adding little bits here and there. I guess the point I'm making is we could approve this because there's several underlined places and several changes, but where there's, and then there's several in the, on page 6, when there's a whole area of fees for copies, they crossed all that out, not charging 25 cents a page. They're just fees for copies that are charged in accordance with the state and federal law, rather than identifying 25 cents a page. So my point is, do we want to approve this, but not with the recommended pronoun changes, or just simply approve it like it is?
Some of the pronoun changes in there are actually, they need to be noted because it doesn't reference a her.
But there are, yeah, but then there are times, like on page 13, they're just marking he or she, and then they're making sure the parent or eligible student. So some of them do make sense, and then there's others that are just don't make sense. But she's right, the ones that maybe you say he.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's on page 12. Is that what you're talking about?
The one I just read was on page 13.
Yep, there's 2 of them, 12 and 13. They changed his or her. 13 on page 12, they changed he or she.
And on page 14, she or she. Maybe. Oh.
So what would the board like to do?
I also think some of it makes it a lot more, it makes it clear. Some of it's not just pronouns, it also is making it a little bit more clear. I think that most of them are fine.
Okay.
Especially in the case where the parents or students, like, we didn't know who his or her were.
Good point. Any other thoughts in this area? Can I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve file JO as presented.
I second.
Any further discussion? All right, since there was a discussion on this, I'll take individual votes. We'll start with Mr. Franks. Yay.
Aye.
No.
Hi.
Aye or yay?
Yay.
Okay, chair votes yay. The vote was 4-1, and so it was approved. All right, next on the agenda is JOB. John.
JOV is the administration of surveys and questionnaires. This is just really kind of a clerical update from what I could tell. If you go down to where they have the items listed, the previous policy had item number 8. Basically, it's the same verbiage that's both underlined and crossed out. But what they've done is they've now shortened the actual line 8 to end right there where it says program. You can see it's the same exact language from above. And then they put the without the prior consent of the student section below so that it references all 8 bullets instead of just the 8th bullet. Does that make sense?
Yes. All right, do I have a motion? Somebody?
I move that we approve policy JOB as presented.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Chair votes aye. It's approved. JP.
Okay, JP is student publications. Again, this is just a scratching of a legal reference, or of a cross-reference, excuse me, and the adding of a cross-reference below.
I had some questions about this, and it's not about these changes. These changes were fine. But in student publications like yearbooks and newspapers, it's often that student names are mentioned, the pictures are mentioned. Where is it that gives permission for that to occur? Or do we technically have to get individual permission?
No, we have a policy. Actually, it might be on this evening where it's directory information. It might be coming up, isn't it? But anyways, we have a policy that allows us to share directory information, and it has a list of what directory information is.
I just wanted to make sure, because if we didn't have that, it should be here.
Yes. So there's, and actually there's a list. There's a bulleted list of things like name and so on, of all the stuff that we can share, because we run into that a lot with sports and things of that nature.
I didn't know where that was. But thank you. All right. Any further discussion about this policy? If not, can I have a motion?
Yeah.
I move that we approve policy JP presented.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Policy carries. Next one, KL.
Next one is KL, public complaints, and this is just the adding of two cross-references, which these are two policies we worked with quite a bit this year. This is IIA and KLB. So that KL just adds those cross-references.
All right, any further discussion with this one?
I need to make a motion to approve KL, policy KL as amended.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. All right, next one is KMA.
KMA, relations with the student organization. This is just update of a legal reference. I've reviewed that legal reference, and now they're referencing subsection 7 in that legal reference as opposed to what it was before. I think they had C4. Now it's the entire section of 7. It's really hasn't changed the Code of Virginia, but it now just covers that entire section as opposed to just section C4. It gets a little less specific.
I move to make a motion to approve policy KMA as amended.
Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, last one. Which one I do? Go ahead, Dr. Boyd.
Okay, we actually do not have any charter schools in the county. However, this is a VSBA policy titled Charter Schools, and it's just a policy and legal reference updated. So if you review the end of the policy, you'll see those legal references up.
Do we need that policy as a revision if we don't have any?
Well, there's a possibility that at some point we could have somebody petition to begin a charter school, which would help us work through that process. But right now, in terms of our relationship with any charter school organizations in the community, we don't have any. So much of that is kind of moot for us.
I do have, this is not an issue just with this policy. We've talked a little bit about this before. In the paragraph on page 2, when it talks about no public charter school shall discriminate against any individual on the basis of disability, race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, national, so on. It's the words sexual orientation, gender, and gender identity that, again, it's not just this policy. We talked about this before. I'd like us to really look at our non-discrimination policy, because as I was reading, especially in reference to the governor's model policy in regards to this, it talks specifically about those three things, the sexual orientation, gender, and gender identity. Let me read a couple of things for everybody, because I'm really bothered by just having that in there like that. Not just here, but in all the places where we have that non-discrimination policy. Technically, a public school could operate without explicitly stating sexual orientation, gender, or gender identity in its non-discrimination clause. But under the current federal law, including Title IX, discrimination based on these factors is considered sex discrimination, is therefore prohibited, meaning the school is still legally obligated to protect students regardless of whether these terms are explicitly listed. However, including them in policy is considered best practice. All right, now when you go through, though, in this model policy, which I I'm not totally in favor with, but I like it a whole lot better than just simply making the statement here. Because because Governor Youngkin has made this policy and many of the divisions have adopted it. The model policy addressing bathroom requires students to use bathrooms that correspond to their sex, except to the extent that federal law requires otherwise and expressly cites Grimm as an example of a federal law that may require otherwise. Then it says the policies prohibit students from using school facilities or participating in school activities that don't align with their sex on their official school record. Changes to that designation require students and their parents to submit school division's legal documentation, such as a birth certificate or passport. I would rather not have it at all. However, I think that the governor's basically model policy, I would like to see us somehow, rather than having this blanket statement about we do not discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, somehow taking that out, but referencing the governor's model policy in regards to those two things. All right. Did I confuse everybody on the board?
Not at all.
Okay, so I know that's not even part of this update. But we talked about this before, and our non-discrimination policy is in all kinds of places. And in a couple of places, it doesn't have anything. I don't know if you noticed that. There's some of our policies that just simply stop with race, creed, color, national origin, don't even have those two things. We still have a few policies that don't have that. But our primary policy does.
So what you just read, would you like me, is that the model policy that you would like to consider?
Yeah, and I can get, yes, I would like us to consider, of course, it's the will of the board here, okay? I'm just one person. But I would like to do away with it totally. However, we are a body here that is required to follow state federal law.
Well, that's what I was going to suggest is if you have a model policy, if the board agrees on a model policy, then maybe you could give that to me and or we could vet that. Either you could do it or I could do it. I'd certainly be willing to do it. We could vet that through legal counsel and then update our policies accordingly.
Yes, and then not approve this, and also then look at, once that is accepted, look at talking to legal counsel, and I'm pretty sure it will be, because coming from the governor, and many have adopted this, quote, model policy is how he refers to it. And I'd like to see if maybe make changes all throughout our policies to reflect it. In other words, this one, let's not do anything with it. This will be included along with about 8 or 10 others that talk about non-discrimination activities. Take out those 3 words and put in the governor's words, considering what he calls the model policy. What's the feeling of the board on it? I see a yes, not a vote. Okay, if you could bring that, why don't you follow, it's called model policy, you've already heard that before, haven't you?
I know what you're referring to. If you can give me that.
Look at the last paragraph. Okay. The top one is what has some other legal reference. The last 2 paragraphs. It's called model policy. It was adopted in July of 2023. And there's a lot of articles by it.
Yeah, it's the transgender document.
Yeah, that's exactly it. All right. Thank you, board. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go on. We have now the bullying and code of conduct. So, is there a presentation or questions, board, where I don't know who was it you, Mr. Frank, that requested this?
What I've provided in the packet is just the King George County Schools code of conduct, and then really just our policy JFC, which is student conduct, that references, obviously code of conduct issues. It mentions bullying in there as well as the code of student conduct. It's really not a presentation. It was just something that maybe would serve as a tool to facilitate this conversation. But I'm certainly, here at the will of the board and willing to take this in whatever direction we see fit.
I had one question in regards to this, and maybe other board members had it. I do like the fact that it does talk about the report form. I have a copy of it here for bullying. It's just that at the very bottom, it says signature of a person submitting the report. Could be from a student, I'm assuming, or a parent, or basically almost anybody,
Mm-hmm.
correct? Okay. Number 2, it says, I'm giving this form to. in several places, it says specifically who they should give it to. It's not just giving it to anybody. They could say, well, I'll just write anybody's name there. I just think at the bottom of this form, something about this, in fact, I think I have it here, as to it's supposed to be given to either like a teacher, counselor, or administrator, I believe is what it says. There it is. I think a bullying report form is available. Well, I'm reading the bottom of page 36 on rule number 3, bullying and harassment, additional information. And it's the last paragraph on the bottom of page 36. Says a bullying report is available at all schools and online on the King George County School website. Bullying report forms may be turned into any school administrator, teacher, or counselor. All I'm saying is that I think that this form, so that the student, if he fills it out, knows that he's not going to turn it into a parent, he's not necessarily going to go to your office, he's going to do is turn it into one of those 2 people. I'm thinking mostly of a student, because when you just say who you give a report to, I think it should be a little more specific. One of those 2.
And I don't mind saying too, I've spoken to board members as well. We've had some very good critical conversations. One of the things that's come out of it for me is probably we do a series of trainings throughout the year for a number of things, discipline things, code of conduct things, all of those things included, both formally and quite frankly informally all throughout the year. I think in having these conversations, one of the things that I think would be valuable to our administrative staff is if we could go through very methodically, taking a look at the code of conduct, the expectations in the code of conduct, and basically having some tabletop exercises on different sections of the code of conduct and what that means. I think it'll help improve our accountability and some of the other things we've discussed in terms of that. So that's kind of an idea I have moving forward based on some of the conversations I've had with board members.
I'm sorry, I just thought of another thing on this. On the first page, proactive teacher supports for classroom management behaviors. Anyway, it's the second bullet point. Teach lessons that apply the competencies to situations such as bullying, suicide awareness and prevention, workplace skills, citizenship, character education. This is under the disciplinary decision-making processes of our code of conduct. So are teachers actually teaching about bullying?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Do all the teachers do that? Is it some of them?
It depends. But across all 3 schools, there's certainly a lot of lessons about
I figured it.
Yeah, bullying and character development and things of that nature. Character Strong is something that we kicked off that's going quite well. And it's a great program, because I think what you'll hear quite often is that, when they get to the discipline phase of whatever has occurred, we're often letting them know what was not right about the situation and really never providing an opportunity or taking the opportunity to show them how the situation should have transpired, what you should have done in this situation or what you shouldn't have done. So things like those precursor training programs, Character Strong, things like that, where we're teaching some of our students that haven't been accustomed to some of the expectations that we might have in the school building. We'll do a better job, and I think we're doing a pretty thorough job right now of making sure those expectations are clear on the front.
I'm sorry, I'm dominating too much of this. Please forgive me. I read through a lot of this. In the bus-related offenses, when it talks about bullying, it says students will not fight, engage in violent behavior, threaten, or bully another person. Obviously, bus drivers are the ones who sees this. Is the bus driver, are they all have kind of yearly, training orientations and training on this, what is bullying?
They have annual training. I don't know how deep they go into specifically bullying. I can tell you that it's a hard job to recognize what's going on in that tiny little mirror while driving that 26,000-pound bus.
No, I understand. I guess the thing is even if there's a doubt, is maybe reporting that to a bus driver reporting it.
They report it. Yeah, we have a referral system for bus drivers to submit their concerns to school administrators.
I think that's more the issue, because they can't tell everything from driving the bus, but they can see if there was an issue and then report that to somebody. And then if it was bullying, then the parents could be notified.
Another thing about that bullying form maybe is maybe make sure that the students know about it. are more aware of it, where it's at, encouraged to fill one out. I think that would help a lot, because I'm not sure if everyone knows about this form. Students.
A good point. Yeah. And it was, it didn't take me too long to find it. It is in policy.
Yeah.
It says fully informed.
Well, it's in the offices, because Miss Mitchell told me where they were,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. And it's, actually, the form is very good, whoever made this up originally. It's good.
Okay. And I think it's a great suggestion to make sure that we advertise that it's available.
Yeah.
That is good. All right. If there's no further questions, let's move on.
Just one is the dress code. It's mentioned, it's a mention in here, the dress code. If we could just sort of tighten that up.
Understood. Did you have anything specific about the dress code besides tightening it up, just making it more accountable? Is that?
Having administration enforce it.
Wait, do we have a dress code? I thought it was taken out.
Look,
There's some loose language in there.
yes, there is.
I'll tell you where it is.
It's on page 25.
Thank you.
So quiet in here, everything's so loud.
I'm sorry?
I said it's so quiet in here, you can hear me just tapping on my nose.
It's at the, if you're looking at the document, it's at the very top of page 42. You're looking at the page number.
41, sir.
Yeah.
41?
41.
It starts at 41, and then, yeah, you're right. And then the actual, like, expectations for dress are labeled there, 1 through 7 at the top of page 42.
It's like a lot of it just needs to be enforced. As they talk about hoods and hats and no skin.
You're right.
It's general language.
It is an issue because you got going to styles and you're doing all kinds of things.
Well, it does, I mean, some stuff isn't complicated. Adequate cover of the torso or shoulders.
And I can tell you that this is state recommended language now. There's been a lot of conversation about Title IX issues and things of that nature as it comes to dress. So this is safe dress code language based on state
It
recommendations.
looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the policy looks fine. It's just the enforcement of it and the consequences. That's always the difficult piece. I know that one schoolhouse principal, I think I've already mentioned this when we started, because of all these issues with dress, we started uniform. It took a year, but after that year was over, it was wonderful. Everybody, including parents, loved it. But it took a year.
I had a parent ask me last week, why can't we do it?
I'm telling you,
That's something you don't want to.
well, it was kind of a 2-year preparation, Mr. Frank, and then a whole year. And we finally, it's funny because we had clear indications of uniforms, and finally we had to go to the point of you can only buy from Parker. Because, and when they realized, oh, we can't afford that, then they realized Parker was such a good quality that they could resell the uniforms at limited year and get 75 to 80% of the money back every year. But point being, it was nice though, because
That's what Jake does in Fredericksburg.
it did solve the dress issue, but it did take a year. And you talked, I think, the cell phone's a big deal. Okay. Anything else? All right, then let's move on. Organizational meeting, and it's a good idea, Dr. Boyd, like you said, to really break some of these things down. You mentioned bullying this time. We talked a little bit about dress code and maybe some other things in this that we can look at. You know, you're getting input from the board, I think it's very good. All right, organizational meeting. Board, you're gonna have to forgive me. Please understand, I would like to change if possible, but it's okay if we can't. This is the first meeting of the year. my son's memorial service, and he passed away a year ago in December, but we had his memorial service on his birthday, which is January the 6th. And my wife and my daughter and our whole family want to get together on January the 5th as the year's memorial for his son. That is the date of our board meeting. So I don't know if it's possible, but if it's possible, if not, we'll just change it with the family, because I need to be there. All of us do on the organizational section, the chairman, the vice chairman, all the committees, and we do an awful lot. So I understand I will be there. But
You want to change it to
the Thursday or Friday before, which would be the third, I think. I know that.
Second or third is, the second and third are Thursday and Friday.
Can we do it a Thursday or Friday after that? Like,
Second through the holiday.
yeah,
I know that. And if you can, it's well.
What about after?
yeah, I was just.
Well, we're going to Louisville after that.
It's understandable.
I mean, we're doing that. It's a
No.
2-day celebration.
Listen,
It's Sunday,
you don't have to explain yourself.
Sunday and
If
Monday.
anybody can understand, that's on them. So we'll
But if
just
we
figure out
can't,
another day.
I can be here on the 6th, and then we'll just have to leave on the 7th.
No, then I won't be here.
When are you coming back? 15.
Well,
Can't leave that way.
Yeah, it's a big.
Well, I know, but it's the organizational meeting. That's when we choose the chairman. That's all right.
But no, David, because we already know what's going to happen that day. We can do it without you. I'm serious. We're fine.
All right. Let's keep the date then, and I'll make that decision.
All right.
No.
Thank you, Carl.
Please, y'all tell him he needs to not worry about that. It's fine.
So,
We will
so the
survive.
meeting is actually scheduled for the 8th, not
That's-
the 6th.
He'll be gone still,
Yeah,
but
but it doesn't make a difference. But I'm just saying, if we're going to talk about, I kept quiet if we were going to move it, but if we're talking about keeping it where it is, it's scheduled for the 8th. Right?
okay.
Could we move it to the 5th?
Would it be better?
Yes, I will make the decision as to whether to be here.
Can he do online?
Yeah, I could do online.
So do that. Yeah, just go online. But you don't have to even then. I'm just saying, if you feel like you have to be there, do it online.
Thank you, board. I appreciate it. All right, next one is the instructional calendar.
Okay, I know it's late, so I'll work quickly through this.
All right, thank you.
That's okay. Board, if you want to click on your first attachment there titled Instructional Calendar Modifications, I'm not going to give you the whole formal presentation. I'm going to walk us through this as quickly as I can. Go down to the second slide. So, based on school board member feedback, we were asked to take a look at the instructional calendar, really primarily in reference to teacher morale and a few other factors. But we had initiated meetings. We had meetings with school board office staff. We met with a group of advisory teachers. We met with administration. And out of those meetings early on, and really preliminary meetings, these were some goals that were brought up based on some of the feedback we received. And I won't go through and read all of those because of the hour of the evening, but you can see what those goals were. And if there's any questions, I can pause momentarily for what, if you want further clarification on what any of those goals are. If not, I'll keep going.
Keep going.
Okay, no problem. If you go to the next slide, you will see we currently do have a 25-26 school calendar approved. We do it for 2 years, every 2 years. So this calendar currently is approved. If we want to modify it, we certainly can do that. But I just wanted to put that in there in reference for what I'm going to show you in the next couple slides. This is our current approved calendar for next year. Stop me if you have any questions. Next slide. We did some regional research in comparison to take a look at not only the length of the school years, but also the length of the school days with our neighboring school divisions. So what you're looking at in this table is you've got King George Elementary School. I'm going to go down the left-hand column first, and you've got all of the, you got King George Middle School, King George High School, and then our comparison communities, Caroline, Fredericksburg, Stafford, Spotsy. I'm going to leave that average stuff alone for a minute. If you work your way across, what I'll go through is King George Elementary School. So King George Elementary School has a 6-hour and 20-minute instructional day. we have to remove 30 minutes for lunch, and that's removed from every single one of those school divisions. They have a 6-hour and 20-minute school day. Our school calendar this year and scheduled for next year is 175 days. And that next column is the number of days we have over the required amount, plus 10 bake days. Many of you guys have I've had the opportunity to sit down with you guys and really get deep into my spreadsheet and some of that data. I've tried to simplify it a little bit here, but there needs to be an explanation for this column. Basically, the minimum number of hours that we have to go to school in a year is 990 hours. And I like to include at least 10 additional days because of snow and things of that nature. Otherwise, we'll be coming back to school board meetings talking about extending the school day or coming to school for Martin Luther King holiday or whatever it ends up being. We don't want to do that. So that's a buffer amount. The number there, 8 for King George Elementary School, is the number of days right now that we are over the bare minimum. And you can see how other school divisions compare in that category. The next column there is the start date and the end date of the school year, followed by the total calendar duration for students and for teachers. So from the first day of school, including holidays, weekends, and everything between, our students go to school 283 days between the first day of school and the last day of school. That's including every single day. Our teachers are 291. And you can see how that compares moving down the list. You can see the average. And then what you'll see below, we played with a lot of different models. Many of you guys saw the different models we played with. The first one we played with was that one in yellow there. That's the shortest possible school day that the state will allow, 6 hours. If we went to school only 6 hours, and I preface this by telling you that our elementary school teachers were not in favor at all of shrinking the school day. But just for argumentative purposes, if we shrunk it to 6 hours and we still kept our 175 days of school, it gives us absolutely zero margin for any snow days or anything of that nature. Those last two columns stay the same. The next one was more traction, and I'll show you this in greater detail, I believe, in the next slide, but I'll show you how this breaks down. After speaking with teachers, after speaking with administrators, school board office personnel, we thought the best approach was to create a 6-hour and 20-minute school day across the board. Now, that keeps the elementary school day exactly where it is right now, but it shortens the middle and high school day by 10 minutes. This helps because right now our middle and high school teachers are working really beyond their contracted hours because of when students are in the building. We would shrink the middle and high school instructional day by 10 minutes, and that would provide that time to make sure that we're contractually within that 7.5-hour time frame. We all know that teachers are going to stay late for extracurricular activities and everything else, but we're talking about staying within those contractual hours. With that length of a school day, 6 hours and 20 minutes, I feel pretty confident that we can lower the total number of school days in the entire school year to 172, down from 175, and that gives us 5 days above the bare minimum in terms of instructional hours. Anybody wants to see that in greater detail and with that spreadsheet? You have a question?
Yes, can we pull it off with a bus situation?
Can we pull these times off with the bus? Yes, I've vetted that. Yes, we can do that. That was part of the stuff that we looked at. So this is where it gets a little more interesting. If you go to the next slide, what I've done is taken that same calendar that has been approved and modified it with the suggestions that I just mentioned from above, and any date that is highlighted in pink is a change. And so I'm just going to walk through those changes really quickly. We heard from teachers that going to school in July or having teacher work days in July were, it just didn't jive well with them. So the first suggestion is to remove July 31st and August 1st as remove them altogether. They will not be teacher work days as they are currently listed. And then if you look at the 4th of August, That now is going to be a work day just for new teachers to the school division. Similar to what we're doing with the transition day for students, this is the transition day for staff. Moving on forward from there, the rest of that week is in-service days for our staff, all of our staff. The 11th is also a PD day. That's for all of our staff. That gives them 5 days at the beginning, which they're accustomed to. The transition day, which we did this year, would now be moved to the 12th. And the first day of school for everyone would be the 13th. And talking to our elementary school teachers, they really preferred having a shorter first week of school because they're trying to get those students accustomed to routine, and a shorter first week for them is advantageous. If anybody wants to stop me at any time, feel free. I'm just going to skip down to the next highlighted pink date there. You have October 13th. This was an addition from our teachers. Our teachers requested that we have a parent-teacher conference day on October 13th, and this is the day after the first quarter ends. So this is a good time to touch base with parents. Moving down, you'll see the full week of Thanksgiving is now considered moving forward. That's the 24th and 25th in next year's calendar. Moving up to the next column, the next pink date is February 9th. That again is the request from teachers for parent-teacher conferences on that day. And again, that's right around the end of the third quarter, or just before the end of the third quarter. I've also been told it's after the fact that that's the day after the Super Bowl.
Perfect.
A day that is notorious for absenteeism. So it would be a good day for parent-teacher conference. And those are the changes right now. So what those changes do to the calendar is, if you go down to the next slide, it's everything just mentioned in table form. But it takes take a look at that blue table below. You see the approved calendar right now for next year has 175 instructional days and 188 total days for teachers. The proposed changes, in reference to all the goals that we were trying to accomplish and really trying to improve teacher morale and things of that nature. It lowers the number of instructional days again to 172, but again, we're well above the required amount from the state. The three differences, the difference of 3 days there is the 2 days for Thanksgiving and the fact that we would be starting school 1 day later at the beginning of the school year. That's the difference in 3 days. And then you've got a difference of 5 days for teachers, and that has to do with those teacher work days on the front end. So next steps is the final slide there. I really just want us to take a look at this evening. Really, it's become public this evening. I think it's very important for us not to take any action, really just listen to our constituents, hear from folks in the community. I'm getting a lot of feedback from within the schools. If you guys could, work on getting feedback outside of the schools and see if this makes sense for all of our stakeholder groups. Does this work for parents? Does this work for students? Does this work for our staff? Before we decide to come back at a board meeting in the very near future, which we only have 2 more this year, and I will make that point, and then I'll stop talking. We probably need to, if we're going to make this adjustment to next year's calendar, it would be very beneficial to make it before the end of this calendar year. So within the next 2 meetings, because there's a lot of moving parts that need to take place for the second semester, and we really, as we've already discussed this evening, want to make sure everybody's aware of the calendar changes going into next year. So I guess my request this evening is to just take this information and kind of vet it with our stakeholders and come back at a future board meeting next month and see if we're ready to consider any changes.
Why not do it in the next board meeting, the 18th?
We could if we all feel that we have enough time to vet it. We have the 18th, and I think our final meeting in December is December 9th. Those are the 2 meetings we have left.
Our meeting's the 18th. When is the governor's Chesapeake Day is the 18th, right? I'm throwing that at you, or is it the night? When did we go to the BSBA conference? The 19th?
No, that'll be the 20th.
So it's the 19th. There we go. 18th.
Oh, yeah, once you put it on.
Put it on for the 18th.
Yeah. I think there'll be enough time. I'd like to get as much as you can, rather than that thing for the last meeting.
Would you like us to put it on for action or discussion?
What do you think, board? Next meeting, action or discussion? I think, but one thing that which I think we've already talked about, is if we do approve this board, let's really communicate that this, I think, is really helping with all the input that we've had over the last couple of years in terms of giving the teachers in order to improve morale, and that let's not change it. In fact, actually, it would be difficult to change because we start to drop below the minimum.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where we would start to get into some.
Exactly. So let's say, as we talk to people, let's make sure, okay, if this one's approved, that's it. Don't ask us for anything else.
Now, Dr. Ward, these changes had no impact on the 12-month employee balance.
No. All right, if there's no more discussion with that, let's move on. So we have committee reports, and I know it's 10:22, and maybe we can finish in the next few minutes. So, board members, try to be a little brief. If you can't, I understand, so let's start. So committee reports, let's start over here with Mr. Frank.
The only committee report I have was the book review that we did on for all the good boys and love. That was on Wednesday of last week, isn't correct. And you got the results.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it is on the 18th, the governor's school the committee that I'm on, and we have it every other week, so and it's not during the summer, so I keep saying I don't have anything. I'm supposed to have it on the 18th. The next meeting's on the 18th, which is also our meeting. So when I keep saying I don't have anything to say, doesn't look that great. So I started reading their minutes, but they're kind of just reviewing budgets and things like that right now. So I did review the minutes, and there wasn't a whole lot to positive this year.
Okay. Ms. Hoover?
I'm gonna keep it brief. I haven't.
That's pretty brief. All right, I'll make two quick ones. I went to CGS, which was very interesting. It was clearly a committee that was older and more, but they do have a new director.
So that's why we went to that.
Yes, and I went to the it was fine. And it actually was very good. It was clear that these people had been together for a little while, and the director was very competent. I don't really know much about the committee, but it was very clear. She was very well prepared, very competent, and it was a good meeting overall. I also attended the API committee with Dr. Boyd, and that was lab school. And I think both of us are very impressed with Dr. Powry and the progress that they've made. And I think I'm tentatively, Dr. Boyd said he might try to go with me, try to find a day when he and I could both visit the school while it's going on, and we need to try to do that. I know it's going to get difficult the longer we wait, but maybe we'll talk to each other this week. That's all I have, and I know you don't have any committee reports. You will. It's coming soon. All right, superintendent's report.
So again, I'll be very brief. I just want to remind board members that we have the Bring Your Legislator to School, and that's coming up on the 12th of this month. So we're about a week out. We're working through some of the finer details with Delegate Sue Kent's assistant, and it looks like she'll be here from 10 to 11:30 on the 12th. We're going to start at King George Elementary School. We wanted to really just kind of see some things at the elementary, some things at the secondary level. So we're going to keep it close since we only have an hour and a half. We're going to go to King George Elementary School. Mr. Monroe is going to show us some classroom activities there. And then we're going to go over to King George High School, where Mr. Watson is going to work us through some of the programs there. And it's what she'd like to see. So that's good. That's that. VSBA, we've already mentioned. We will probably later in the week or early next week provide some greater detail on departure, and maybe I'll get some feedback from you guys on what you want to do as far as travel and hotel reservations. I've got all of that stuff worked out. You don't have to do anything. I probably just need to get an idea of what we want to do in terms of traveling and things of that nature. And then finally, we are deep into the CIP and budget process already. Our budget builder at the school division, at the school level, is already pushed out. We're meeting with a lot of those individuals responsible for updating the budget builder. We've also met with everybody on our strategic plan. So we're laying the foundation for our budget process, which you guys know is starting up here real soon. And we've also got a meeting December 10th with the county offices for our capital improvement project. So we're finalizing a lot of that. I had a meeting today, a very good meeting Dr. Wright and I did with Honeywell, which manages our HVAC systems. We're getting a thorough list from them of the life and life expectancy of all of our HVAC equipment so that we can use that into our CIP projects moving forward. And I think we'll be in a good place come budget season. It's a good spot. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good to hear. All right, board comments. We'll start with well, not start.
Thank you guys for my first meeting. That's all I have today.
That's good. Thank you. And thank you again for being here. And please forgive me again for not using your correct name at the beginning. That's so terrible. Thank you. Ms. Hoover.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who came out and did presentations, the students, the staff. I know everybody puts a lot of work into doing those presentations, and a lot of nerves go into it. And the other thing I wanted to just say was Mr. Frank and Ms. Davis and I attended a presentation for the seniors last week at the high school, and a former student actually spoke regarding her addiction, and I would really like to see that go down to lower grades as well, because I think that informing students of all the dangers is very, very important. I have a lot more to say, but it's late, so I'll stop there.
David?
I just want to thank all the presentations we've seen today and all the work that was put into those time. Welcome Ms. Cleveland to the board publicly. And then the parent that came and spoke, I really do appreciate parents that come and speak and like they're informed, they've done the research. And the other thing I want to clarify is that I didn't vote against 12 months to get a break. I just felt like this was an opportunity to show the teachers that they are special. We see you, we see that you're working really hard, and offer them that that was it. Because I know that our 12-month employees work super hard, as Lori Half showed us and told us right here. So that was my reasoning of suggesting you just give it to the teachers.
Frank?
First, I'd like to welcome Ms. Cleveland to the board, and I'd like to also always thank all the teachers and staff for all you do. The presentations tonight were very professional, very good. I'd like to thank Robin Mitchell for putting together this opioid awareness class. It went on last night. Really good. Unfortunately, the seniors decided to take a senior skip day. But it was a very good presentation.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that. I was at another meeting, a dedication of a building I've been part of. So I'm sorry I missed that Wednesday. I would have liked to have been there, but it sounds like it was a great presentation. I also want to thank the Blue Star. Presentations were made at the beginning, and then I mentioned before I really enjoyed going 2 weeks ago, I think it was. I went to lunches at the middle school and the high school and visited classrooms and talked to quite a few people. And I was very impressed that literally at the middle school for about 2.5 to 3 hours, I didn't see one cell phone out. That was very nice. I cannot say the same for the high school, but I did only see a few. I was very fortunate. I actually had lunch with Mrs. Strauss. We sat down and had lunch together and talked about a whole lot of things. We attended, my wife and I attended the Murder on the Orient Express. Boy, that was very good. It was very entertaining, and they did a great job. I do, just for everybody, I do hope that I've had a reporter and several others ask me about the referendum. Yes, I hope that it does pass. But we all know that if it doesn't pass, we still have some very severe needs in our school division here. But again, if anybody's listening, because we're just a few hours away from voting, at least the final votes that haven't voted yet, that I do hope that it does pass. I want to thank board members. I'm sorry that it's late. It's a little after 10:30. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We're adjourned.